morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
And welcome to Creativity and Innovation in the U.S. Virgin Islands Workforce Summit. It's the Governor's 2022.
Seems like just yesterday we were here at the 2021 Workforce Summit, Aisha.
We sure were. And it was a little different because we had more masks, but now you can see my face and I can see yours. So we're thankful that we're here today. We have an exciting day for you today. You know, I looked up as a student, Dr. Hall would appreciate this, as a student of creativity and innovation, Russell Ackoff said, creativity is the ability to identify self-imposed constraints. Think about that. And then remove them. Be curious, explore, and figure out what the consequences are of removing those self-imposed constraints. And then Timothy Fairley, University at the professor, he's an innovator. He said that we take all those ideas, all that creativity we have, how do we repeatedly do what we've learned to do over and over and over again? New design, having it work for all of us, no matter our business, in government, in education, in the technology sector. That's what we're challenging you to do today. Remove your self-imposed constraints, take all those wonderful ideas, and go out and innovate so we can develop our workforce.
Absolutely. We're learning each day how to work and live post-pandemic as we've transitioned into a different way of living and a different way of working, more entrepreneurs than ever before, businesses operating differently than ever before. And that's why it's so great, Aisha, to see such a big audience here, because I believe the minds of everybody here in the territory have been opened in the last couple of years like never before.
I'm thankful for that.
Absolutely.
I'm thankful for that. So without further ado, we will get started. I do want to recognize some persons in the audience. We have with us our Honorable Governor, Albert Bryan Jr. Let's give him a round of applause. Yay! We have the Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Tregenza Roach. Good morning. We have Dr. David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands, host to the Governor's Workforce Summit. Thank you very much. And then our own Chairman, Michael Carty of the Workforce Development Board. I'd like to recognize some board members present, and I'm apologizing in advance if you came in after I got my list, that you'll stand up and wave. We have Mr. Samuel Ray, Ms. Shirley Lake King, Commissioner Gary Malloy, Leon Hughes. There he is. Commissioner Kimberly Causey Gomez. Did I miss?
Yes, we need to recognize A.C. Ford is in the background, Assistant Commissioner Ford.
Very good.
And I know Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel Nisha Christian Hendrickson is here somewhere.
Very good.
There she is. And this event couldn't have happened without the Executive Director of the Workforce Development Board, Ms. Sonia Boyce.
Give her a big round of applause. Thank you. So without further ado, coming to the stage, we're going to welcome Chairman Carty to give us a few words.
Good morning again. Can you guys hear me? Good morning. My name is Michael Carty, Chairman of the Workforce Development Board. Now, saying that still make me laugh sometimes. Michael Carty, Chairman of the Workforce Development Board. I don't come from privilege, whether financial or political. I don't play tennis or golf. I come from a single parent home and was born on the island of St. Thomas. My mother come from St. Kitts, my father from Antigua. My mother only went as far as high school. My father only went as far as 8th grade. and things was rough, to say the least. But the one thing that both of them, even though they never went the journey as far as higher education, always instilled in me was getting a good education. Now, that and I always put food before anything else. Make sure you get a good, healthy breakfast, a good, healthy lunch. So much so that my mother would spend more on food than some of the other bills. To one point, when we went shopping one day, we came home and there was no lights. Gas ran out. And my mother proceeded to go under the cabinet for what I thought was a relic from the past. She pulled out a coal pot. So in the darkness on the porch, we sit down right there with this coal pot, cooking dinner, and cooking most of the food we just bought so it don't spoil. That was my first cookout. It wouldn't be the last though. But don't feel bad because the story don't end there. A few years later, we graduate to spending 2 years into a shelter. And things like that impose those limitations that you just heard about. They make you believe that certain things aren't for you. They make you believe that you should not and cannot thrive beyond a certain limit. I sat in that for a long time, but it didn't end there. Despite that, I was able to graduate Charlotte Amalie High School, spent a year off working to then go to university. Chemistry major, I had made it. Mr. Michael Carty, who once sat in rooms or in home with no lights, no phone, now in college, North Carolina, at HBCU, I had made it. But guess what? It didn't end there. Remember I told you I took a year off? Now that I spent all this time going to school, making the dean's list, one of only 2 chemistry majors at this university, I couldn't afford it anymore. And also back home, my mom couldn't afford to keep up the house because my income, because keep in mind I worked all the way through high school, was no longer there. So I ended up having to go back home. Now, realize that being poor is bad. However, when you see and get to a certain level of success, when you think you've made it, I thought that was it. That's all I needed to do is leave the island, get good grades, and that would be it. But I had to come back home, back into the same community, back into the same reality. So I sat there working a store job after I came back home. And I settled in for a while because at this point, I thought to myself, you know what? Life rejected you. And I settled into those limitations. And I said to myself, you know what? This is the life that chose me. Not much else I could do. I had been given my inheritance. I had become a member of the working poor. After all this promise, after all the good grades, after going to college for a degree in chemistry, I came back to the islands with a PhD in Life is Not Fair. But it didn't end there. At that point, I settled into it for a while, for about a year. And many times you normalize your struggle. Because if you don't, you'll probably send yourself crazy. You make yourself believe this is just how it has to be. This is how people in your community, this is how people who come up around you, this is how it is. But then when I look next to my mother and my niece, who I had started to take care of when I was 19, since my sister died, I realized that was not the life that they should be subjected to. Even though I may have normalized my struggle, even though this struggle, which seemingly had been passed on, not just to me now, but from generations even before my mother, it had to stop at some point. So I went ahead and tried to find one industry that I could learn something today and earn something tomorrow. And that was the technology field. And I went to Dockside Bookstore, if any of you know that, in St. Thomas, and I spent my last $35 on a PC repair book. I had no idea what I was reading, but I just knew this industry was paying money. And my only goal, pay the rent. It wasn't some far-fetched idea of becoming a Silicon Valley mogul or some idea of becoming a millionaire. However, it was just to pay the rent. Then a big break came. A Crucian, matter of fact, by the name of Joe Forgas came back down to the Virgin Islands. He was a Department of Defense contractor. And he opened up shop on St. Thomas and St. Croix, and he was looking for and recruiting people. And I got a call and said, Mike, I know you are always reading these books. I know you are always looking at this industry. This company seems to be hiring. So I went to this company. I went to the office. I went in a uniform, my work uniform. I didn't even know I should have dressed properly. So they interviewed me right there on the spot. So the one advantage I had is that the owner of this company was from the Virgin Islands. Going up from there, I got the job. I poured everything that was me into this job. I studied standing up in the nights. I worked late hours, 12, 14-hour days. Till the point that 4 years after just being introduced to this industry, I was given the opportunity to acquire that same company. And from there, went on to be awarded one of the largest contracts in the VI, federally funded, which was with the Department of Education. I was on my way now, 4 years after being introduced to this industry, to now having 30 employees. Now I went home, told my mom, look, this is it. We're going to get out of this 2-bedroom apartment. Life is going to be different. I was just awarded this contract. Things are going to change. However, what happened? What did she say? So you mean to tell me you're going to save enough money to go back to college? So I say all of this to share my story, and I would like you all to share your stories as well. Let folks know the life that chose you, and also let them know the point that you decided to choose your own life. Relate to them, encourage them, build them up, because your story might be the path that they need to take. So again, Michael Carty, Chairman of the Workforce Development Board.
Thank you, Chairman Carty. Next up, we have for remarks,
Dr. David Hall from the University of the Virgin Islands.
Dr. Hall.
Good morning. On behalf of the trustees, students, faculty, staff of the University of the Virgin Islands, we want to welcome you to this Workforce Summit 2022. It is an honor to have all of you here. We are thankful for the governor and the lieutenant governor, all of the commissioners and directors and cabinet members who helped to pull this together. But I am especially proud of the students who are here, and I want us to recognize them because they are the ones who are so much of the focus of our efforts around workforce development. Thank you for being here. The university is honored to host this summit. We believe that we are the most appropriate place to host this summit, and we are glad that we were chosen to do so. I would like to use my time to remind all of us here about what, from a higher education perspective, are the 3 key elements of workforce development. And they are content, delivery, and values. Unless we are doing all 3 of those things effectively, we will not achieve our goal. Time will not permit me at this moment to delve into each of them as they deserve, but I do want to highlight a few things about each one. Content is what is it that we are offering to the public in regards to degrees, in regards to certificates, courses, and just learning experiences that will help them to have a success story like the one we just heard, or to have them pursue their dreams. But that content is not just a fact of providing students with degrees. It is making sure that we are providing them with what they need and what the workforce needs. From the university's perspective, that has been a major challenge of ours. We have gone in the last 10 to 12 years from offering only 35 degrees with no PhDs and no graduate professional programs to now having over 70 degrees, having a PhD that people are learning through and sharing with you, to having a CPM, Certified Public Manager program, having an opportunity to develop the workforce or provide the workforce with what it needs. And we cannot do that without the support of so many other agencies, from labor, Office of Disaster Recovery, from the Senate, the governor. All of us are partners in doing this. And so that growth that I just talked about came about not only through our own initiatives, but through others saying to us, this is what we need in this environment, and being able to deliver on that. Delivery is not just whether we are sharing that content, those skills and those capabilities in an in-person environment or a remote environment. It also relates to how are we engaging the learner? How are we structuring our curriculum in a way that makes them excited about what it is we are delivering? And how do we make that flexible? Universities in the past always assumed that everyone wanted a degree, and that's the starting point. But we have come to realize that the starting point may just be one course. The starting point may be just one educational experience that makes that individual want to go on further. And therefore, stackable programs are important. How does that one course lead to a certificate? How does that certificate lead to an associate's degree, to a bachelor's, to a PhD, et cetera? And so how we deliver what it is we have and what is needed in the workforce becomes our challenge, and something that I hope we will explore this day. And finally, the issue of values. And that is a two-way street. Do we value what it is that we are delivering to the public? Are we instilling within them the values to be whole and effective people? Because if we are providing them just with the skills and not with the values that are necessary for them to be effective leaders and effective workers, then we have failed. And how do we make sure that they value what we are offering? Because part of our challenge is that we may have courses, certificates, and opportunities for learning, but those, especially those who may be at the margins of society, may not value what it is we have to offer. And how do we change that? Those are three broad categories that we need to explore in greater depth during this summit. There are many others that we need to explore as well. But the final point of that framework is to remind us that workforce development is not a field of dreams. You may remember the movie Field of Dreams that said, if we build it, they will come. No, we must not only build it, we must deliver it effectively, and we must tell them why they must come. We must incentivize them to come. We must entice them to come. We must encourage them to come, and we must support them when they come. That is our challenge this day. That is our challenge on an ongoing basis as educators, as administrators who are trying to ensure that the territory achieves all of its goals and that the individuals in this community can achieve all of their dreams. May this day here and then later on in the week on St. Thomas be a successful exploration of all of those things. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hall. So we know we have content, delivery, and you were listening. Next up, we have Lieutenant Governor. He was like, okay, that's me. Tregenza Roach. Let's welcome him to the podium.
Thank you, Master and Mistress of Ceremony. Good morning, Governor Brian. Good morning, Dr. Hall. I don't know if there are any members of the legislature present, to all the members of the Governor's Cabinet. I see my former colleagues, Senator Jeanette Millen-Young and Senator Ford, who is now at Labor. Good morning to our students, and good morning to each and every one of you. As I was listening to Mr. Carty's story, I was reminded of, I taught at the university from 1999 to 2012. And as I was listening to Mr. Carty's story, I thought about a young man who inspired me to sponsor the bill for free tuition to this university. And his story was very similar. He had been at the university a year, and he had financial issues. And he wanted to go out, and he wanted to start working and making money. And I said to him, I'm afraid you're not going to come back. And I promised myself that when I ran for the legislature, it would be the first bill I would introduce. And it was done in 2013. And thanks to my colleagues in the 32nd legislature, it was finally passed in 2018. And I want to take the opportunity to let people know as we talk about workforce development, because this is a critical piece in workforce development. It is not just available to students coming out of high school. Anybody who does not have a bachelor's degree and who meet the criteria of residency and having completed the requisite amount of their education here in the territory can apply for this tuition scholarship. Now, the governor and I spoke at graduations this year, and we said, you know, we should do the next step. And the next step is to remove any financial barriers to vocational programs as well, because we saw that some of the students who are going to the Wheatley Skills Center and so forth, they still pay fees and so forth. And so we're working on a solution to that. I say those two things because when I travel and I interact with lieutenant governors throughout this country, a major problem is human capital. A major problem is getting people to fill the jobs that you have. A major challenge is keeping the people. A major challenge is to provide the kind of professional development and the kind of upward mobility which keep people with your organization. And I think that is our challenge, and we have to face that head on. In the offices of the Lieutenant Governor this year, and we think the pandemic is over. It's not. You may have escaped being sick, but we're going to be dealing with the consequences of it for quite a while in terms of people's mental health, in terms of social issues that have arisen, and in terms of the workforce. People retired who did not think that they would retire because they didn't know. Life isn't promised. And they were like, okay, maybe I need to spend more time with my family. I've put in 30, 35 years. It's time to go. And all of those changes require us to focus on the workforce as we have never done before. And so I welcome this opportunity to participate this morning, and when we get to St. Thomas and when we get to St. John, and I thank all of you who have had anything to do with putting together this critical forum that is really essential to the survival of our community. Thank you.
Up next to give us greetings, we have our Honorable Governor, Albert Bryan Jr. Let's welcome him to the podium. Yay. You're welcome.
Good morning. Please be seated. Oh, it works. I don't have to use this. Good morning, Lieutenant Governor. Good morning, Dr. Hall. Good morning, Workforce Board Chair, people, humans. Good morning. Good morning. Every time I have to do a speech, I always get so excited about doing this. And I don't like this one today because they didn't give me like the walk around mic. So I'm like chained right here next to this mic. So if I stray, just point me back. But I was sitting here last night thinking about what I want to say today. And I thought about me when I first came out of school. I was working in Hess. I had actually went to get my certified sea operator license. That's right. I used to work crewed units in Hess. So it don't matter where you start, that's where you end up, right? And before I go, I just wanted to say I'm just totally blown away by how much people are here today. No matter what they told you, we are not giving out premium pay checks here today. We're not giving out stimulus checks, innovation checks, or any other kind of checks. Okay, you good now? All right, nobody left. This is good. But anyway, I was working, and I had just gotten a 4-year degree from a university, and I was in class with people who, I was the only college graduate in there. They used to call me college boy anyway, all the time. And my dad, I started working. 2 weeks hurricane came. I spent the next 4 months cleaning up asbestos and all kinds of stuff all day long. And then I started working crewed unit number 6. And my dad was like, he spent a lot of money to send me to college. He would work on me every night. You need to get rid of this job. You need to get a job in your career. When that didn't work, he said, you know this girlfriend, you got here gonna horn you. Has man to get horn. Y'all know what horn is, right? You walk in all night, the woman home alone. And then one night, finally, I was sitting in there at like 12 o'clock at night. And I was working till the next day. It's a 12 to 12. So I was like, it was probably like 2 o'clock. And I said, imagine people in the bed sleeping. When they wake up, I'm going to still be here. They have breakfast, I still here. They go to work, they have tea, I still here. And then lunchtime, they're going to lunch, I just leaving. I was like, this ain't for me. I walked to the control room and I said, they tell this story all the time. It's like a legend in there. Well, it closed now. I said, I want to resign. And they were like, you can't resign. It's the middle of the night. You need a resignation letter. I said, give me paper. And the guy was like, try to convince me. Until he knew there was no convince. And I said, call security. And I resigned. I left. And I was in I just went home and I said, I'm going to find a job eventually. And I sat there, and it had been a couple of weeks, and my dad came in there. And he said, what are you doing? And I said, what do you mean, what am I doing? He said, you're just sitting here in the house. He's like, what do you expect? You think opportunity going to come to that door there and knock on it? Papito, get up. We're here for you. Opportunity doesn't come knocking. And that's what I want to talk about today. So I was talking to a guy, I was talking to a guy who moved here from the States. And he was telling me he's been here about 5 years now. And he was asking me, what do I do for fun? So I told him, I like cycling. And he was like, yeah, the road's a little dangerous. I don't like diving. I said, I like scuba diving. He's like, no, I don't like confined spaces. I said, well, I like to fish. He said, I get seasick. I said, well, what do you like to do? He said, man, I like geese hunting. He said, but I'm not good at it. I said, you're not good at it? He said, yeah, I've been geese hunting down here for 5 years, and I ain't seen one goose yet. He said, I went up to Caledonia. I ain't seen no geese up there, Cricky Dam, not a geese, not even a duck. And I said to him, I said, I'm a goose in St.Croix. It had never dawned on him that he can't go goose hunting where there ain't no goose. And that's what we're doing now.
right? And I make jest of it, right? But when I walk around and talking to people, they going goose hunting in St. Croix and St. Thomas. Because opportunity doesn't come knocking. And it's not gonna look the way you expect it to look like unless you change your stinking thinking. You see, opportunity comes when, luck is when preparedness meets opportunity. Click. When preparedness meets opportunity. See, you could be the next lotto winner, but if you never buy a ticket, you can't win. And I want to talk to you today about how you make your luck. And people always tell me, you know, Albert, you're the luckiest dude I know. Now, I'm blessed, but that's another story. But I make my luck. You know why? Because I can see what's coming and I prepare for it. And I realized that in this world, even if you're from St. Croix, St. Thomas, Australia, Europe, Africa, it doesn't matter where you're from, people would rather stay in a familiar hell than move to an unknown heaven. I want to say that again. People would rather stay in a familiar hell than move to an unknown heaven. I have been here in St. Croix for 40 years. I've been on this earth for 54 years. Some of the same people complaining about the same things for 40 years. And everybody going, you're right, my son. And it's never dawning on these people that say, well, why this guy complaining for 40 years? Man, 40 years, you still complaining. Like, what have you done toward this? I met a guy, he told me, he said, Commissioner, this is when I was at Labor, he said for the last 5 years, every day the sun come in there and blind me from this window. I call maintenance, I call the commissioner office. When I see the governor, I tell him about it too. And I said to him, for 5 years, it didn't dawn on you to take $10 and buy a little blind, put it on. You have spent $5,000 worth of complaining over a $10 blind. And sometimes it escapes us. So, you know, today my message to you is, first of all, you gotta hunt where there are geese. You know, if you wanna be in business, right, you gotta hang around business people. You gotta go where business is being conducted. Unless you're in the drug business, the only business you can get in the corner is weed sales. And I think people expect to, like, going to these, I call them different churches. You go to different churches. Your church may be fishing, or your church may be bowling, or whatever it is. But you gotta go to where it's happening. I see JJ Mom in here. Anybody know who JJ Fishing is? JJ's Fishing? JJ is this kid, and JJ love fishing. Check him out on Facebook. JJ ain't hunting geese. JJ hunting fish. JJ got videos of how to throw the net, how to cast, how to launch a boat. He's like, wow, how old is JJ? What your mom name? How old he is? 10. He's got his own brand logo. I got JJ shirt. Get yours. Because he knows that if he wants to be a fisherman and he wants to make his life out at sea, he goes to the beach every weekend. Every time I see him, he's wet. Every time he's on a boat, he catch fish in the lagoon, he catch them on the open sea, he fish off a dock. That's because he is hunting where there are geese. You gotta do your research, you gotta know what's going on. I listen to people all the day say, oh, ain't nothing going on in the Virgin Islands. And when I start to tell them, 8 to 80, whoever you are, economic status, they are amazed. Well, where you been? How come you don't know all this stuff? I said, what do you do? What do you watch on social media? TikTok. Your life TikToking away while the opportunities pass you by. Anybody in here got TikTok? I have TikTok. This thing is death. No, you get on that thing in the morning, it'll be 10:30, you still feel like, ha, ha, ha. It is a black hole of pure nonsense. And then then you start spreading the nonsense like COVID. You like send it to your friends, get other people watching it, then they start watching TikTok. You gotta do your research. Like, you know, we have so much information on the government page, on the government house page, it's just ridiculous. Whether it's live interviews with people, press releases coming out, telling you about what is coming. Every year I get up and I talk for 2 hours at the State of the Territory, telling people what is coming. And then when it comes, people are in shock. Wow, that happened, yes. I'm telling you because I want you to be prepared for what is happening. So if you're out there in business now, you need to know in St. Croix that we're about to redo the entire sewer system. $1.5 billion. You want a piece of that? No, I want a piece too. We're about to do the whole water system, $895 million. Every single water pipe in St. Croix is going to be replaced. Right now, we're in the process of burying over 50% of WAPA. So, I mean, if I were you, I'd get into plumbing, piping, or digging stuff up, because we got a lot of stuff to dig up. How many people listened to the PSC meeting last night? Not much, right? Because y'all on TikTok. The WAPA guy, what's his name? His name's not Hugo. See, y'all don't know him because he's from the States. If you were from Savannah, I don't know his name. Andy Smith said, that's another thing. We got to know who people are. Andy Smith said that St. Croix is going to go 50% solar with a 60 megawatt solar plant. That's good for the light bill, but that's also good for business. And trust me, people who deal with the Virgin Islands in the States, they know what every project come out. They know what everything, how much money is going to be spent. They know, and they look for those bids when they come out because they thinking differently. That's research. And then you got to practice. You know, I meet young people, and I talk to young people a lot. My young folks over there, hi. It is who you know. It is who you know. It's who you know. But you know everybody. When you meet people here, they'll tell you they ain't nobody. But you know Senator Nelson? That's my cousin. You know Senator Millen Young? She's my aunt, mother, sister, brother, cousin from Tatola, twice removed. We know how to know people when we want to be able to be validated. But when we want to be able to move a business or get a job, it's the same thing. Like, who do you know? And whose shoulders are you rubbing against? You need to know your public officials. When you see them, go up and introduce yourself. Young people, I'm talking to you. I sit in a room with a lot of millennials and I ask them, who's that? I don't know. Who's that? I don't know. And you looking at job? That's the head of personnel. You looking at, look, the commissioner of labor right there. You don't know, you looking for a job? You got to know who these people are. You got to introduce yourself. You got to look them in the eye and say, hey, I'm so-and-so, and get them your card. They might throw it in the garbage. Tell them you're looking for a job. It's not a secret. Tell them you're looking for a business opportunity. Tell them what you're doing. In this community, we don't like to tell people about what we're doing. Successful people love to talk about themselves. You see Michael Carty come up here and give you a whole story? Yeah, because, you know, people act like, you know, I just pop up and boom, I was the governor. I was just like you in high school, like, I want to be governor, but like, how are you to do that? And I never thought about meeting all these people. So my kids, my circle, the people that I come into, when I take them with me, when I go to these conventions and stuff. When I was Generation Now, Adrienne Williams, see her right there. Hi, Adrienne. She was the president, I was the vice president. And she said, we're going to take people to the Congressional Black Caucus. And I said, why? She said, because they need exposure. I said, we're going to raise money for grown people to go Washington, D.C., to the CBC. And she said, yes. And you take things for granted, but we took about, what, 20 people, 30 people? And they got to meet Jesse Jackson, and they got to meet like Congressman Barack Obama, then we met Hillary Clinton. That thing changed people's life. And they realized that the world wasn't so big and that I could be somebody too, and that there's so much opportunity out there. So you gotta go out there and network and practice meeting people. You know, this guy told me one time I was in an interview and he said, this dude, Albert Bryan, this is the strangest dude I know. He said, this man just walk up to me, and man, I would like introduce himself. You can imagine that? I was like, what's strange about that? People used to tell me I need to wear a sticker, say, hello, I'm Albert. Because I used to introduce myself to everyone. Hi, my name is Albert Bryan. We see people every day in the community, we don't know their names. We know them, right? We don't know what they do. We don't know anything about them. You need to know who these people are and what they do. You know, that man who met Kalalu could be an architect. Or that person who you just know as your neighbor may be running a Fortune 500 company from the Virgin Islands. Practice. And you gotta do it often. Don't do it once. Do it all the time. I put, last night when I put shoot often, I was like, not so good. This is about geese. But you gotta keep going. I'm glad to see you here today, but I'm always preaching to the choir. Y'all come church every Sunday. I hope somebody's watching and I hope somebody's here today and I'm providing a little bit of inspiration for you because, you know, we have so much more to offer. Click. The hardest thing in life, they told me I had 30 minutes, so I'm talking long. The hardest thing in life is to really decide what you want. People don't know what they want, you know. They don't. I want a new car. Yeah, well, you saving for the down payment? Nah, not really. Well, you checking out banks that offer loans? Nah, not really. It's so much money. I said, you want a car or not? Get a new car. This car payment. The first day, I'm not gonna make black people jokes today. What do black people do when they get in the car first? Turn on the steering and air condition. Yes, we rolling. That's what I'm talking about. We like to be in style. But when the car payment come at the end of the month, oh. Y'all know what suddenly the air condition blowing ain't cold enough and the music just, the bass is just saying dip it off. But new car comes with new car payment. So whatever it is we decide we want out of life, we have to decide what are the payments that we're going to have to make for that? What are the sacrifices we're going to have to do in order to get to it? Make short-term goals. You know, I knew I wasn't going to be governor in 2 years or 10 years or whatever, so I had to make short-term goals for myself. Like, I want to be able to get in Young Democrats. I want to be able to be an officer in Young Democrats. I want to work on somebody's campaign. I want to be an officer in somebody's campaign. That's a stretch when you're saying you're going to do this because it gets frustrating. And life happens. Like, you can't account for a pandemic. A lot of people had plans, right? How many people had plans? I'm going to Paris next year, and I'm going to get married, and all that thing went in an instant, out of your control. So you got to decide for that. And you got to really see what it really means to be successful. You know, I always use myself as governor because it's a long-term goal, right? I went to John DeYoung campaign and helped him get elected and everything. I was good in the private sector, but I knew I needed government experience. He called me to be the commissioner of labor, and I said, you know what? If you want to be governor, you need to go in there and see what this is like. So for 8 years, I worked as commissioner of labor and decided I don't want any part of no governor of the Virgin Islands. The amount of blows he gave for 8 years, people talking about you got to lay off people, 8% cut. I was like, no, that was rough 8 years, but I learned a lot. You got to make sure that you know what you want. Of course, you know, I guess it's like childbirth. 2 years later, I'm like, you know what? I started to think about all the good things about being governor instead of all the bad things. I'd be like, yeah, I want to do this again. You got to take advantage. Like, we have so much opportunity now, it doesn't even look like opportunity anymore. We take it for granted that you could go to college for free, you could go to labor, sign up for apprenticeship program, there are online courses you could get for free. You could even sign up with the Workforce Board and go to Florida, get your CDL license, get your pilot license. It's like there's so much of it. Imagine, we had to fight in 1964, within most of us' lifetime in here, to go to school and to vote. And now we got to fight to make people go to school and to vote. Think about that. So when you have too much, this is what happens. People, we gotta manage our lives. You gotta manage your life. Life doesn't just happen to you. There's a lot of things in this world you can't control. But what you can control is how you react to it, right? And how you prepare for it. Storms are gonna come, recessions are gonna come, pandemics will come and go. People will die, they'll get sick, they'll grow old, babies will be born. You're gonna die, all of us. It happens, that's life. But in the meantime, you need to kind of manage your life, who you associate with. Don't hitch your wagon to no broke down house. Who we associate with, who we take on our journey, who we choose to listen to. Are they poisoning us or are they supporting us? That's so important when you get up, like who you listen to. What's in your ear in the morning when you wake up? Who's telling you, have a great day? Or, I just suck my teeth in the morning. But you gotta be ready and manage that. Manage how many kids you have. Manage what kind of job you have. Manage the neighborhood you live in. Manage how you conduct yourself, because this is your brand. Every day, y'all think I like dressing like this? Hell yeah. You gotta manage your brand though. This is a brand. If I come up here in Tim's with my hair shock out, y'all wouldn't be liking it. You have to portray what it is you want to be for your business, for yourself, and for your family. You gotta speak to successful hunters. If you want geese, you can't be talking to people with a fish. Ain't no saltwater geese out there in the ocean. You gotta talk and get in crowds where you are talking to successful hunters. In this community, we don't like to make mistakes. I mean, I guess nobody does. But we don't allow for people to make mistakes, man. Our favorite saying is nobody ain't perfect. But when people make mistakes, we're surprised. No one is perfect. We all make mistakes. It's okay to fail. That's not WAPA. We all have to allow ourselves the ability to make mistakes, because if you're not making any mistakes, you're not trying hard enough. You gotta always come out of your comfortable hell and look for that unknown. Places of comfort are dangerous. You ever see a deer in the forest? Deer don't eat with their head down comfortable, That's how I govern. That's how I live my life. Looking around for what's coming next all the time. Threats as well as opportunities. And the big thing is, you have to stay positive. Get yourself some positive friends. You got some negative friends, get rid of them. Just get rid of them. I mean, in life I've learned, the hardest thing to do is getting rid of negative people out your life. You just need some people that, even when they're telling you something that ain't positive, and you need to laugh a lot. Yeah, I heard somebody say that governor don't take nothing seriously. I was laughing. If I don't laugh, I'm gonna cry. You could always, I try my best to look for the opportunity in everything for the Virgin Islands. You can't do anything if a hurricane come in, right? Except boat up and pray. But you can look for, how are we gonna react to this? How are we gonna behave with this? What's the best opportunity to get stuff to people and prepare for that when it passes? And no matter what, remember, I don't know if it's me, I just getting old, but a lot of people are dying. Y'all notice that? Okay, so you're not getting one. But every morning, whenever I feel down or wherever I feel like things ain't going, I look at myself in the mirror. I say, Albert, Jesus Christ is God's child, and they nail him to a cross. Who is you? And I think sometimes we all need to check ourselves like that, because the greatest of people who have lived and died in the world, they're gone. There's nice monuments and everything. But today is certainly the present. It's a present that we've been given, but it's the present. And what we could do about today to prepare for tomorrow, we could do. But don't forget to live today. I, as one person, every night I go to sleep, I vex. I vex. It's a whole less day for me as governor, and a whole less day of my life. And when you think about it, when you're on your deathbed, wherever that may be, and that day comes, and hopefully you live to a ripe old age and have the chance to live your life, right? Do you want to be able to say that I squeezed every drop out of it, like that tube of toothpaste on the Thursday before payday, cutting the bottom open, wringing out? Or do you want to be on that bed with a bunch of regrets saying what I woulda, shoulda, and coulda done? Today is an opportunity for you to connect, to practice, to research, to make your life something different. It's a day for you to connect for your good and for the good of others in the community. It's a day for you to talk about the positive things that are happening in our community, and to give our young people the opportunity and the vision to see that there's a lot more in the Virgin Islands than potholes and high prices, that we live in a beautiful place, and that if we all work collectively together, we could truly make this place stronger than ever. Thank you.
Thank you. So what was the message? What was the takeaway?
Well, for me, the takeaway when the governor speaks is everything he says, because I'm a big fan. But what you said about surrounding yourself with positive people, to me, is very important.
Correct.
You know, as somebody who's gone through, everybody's gone through trials and tribulations in your life, and that positivity is what's always lifted me up and given me an opportunity for a second or a third or a fourth or a fifth chance, whatever the situation might be. And that's very important to me, positivity.
Excellent. And failure. Failure doesn't mean F. It's not final. If you didn't fail at something, you're not trying. Fail fast, fail often, because anything else leaves you to inaction. You'll be paralyzed by the fear of failure. But you learn so much. And yes, we're in a community where the harshest critics, but I like that. Those agitators make you good, you know, like that agitator in the washing machine that cleans your clothes. It can't just be washed, just soak in there. You need that agitator. It helps us be better, but we can't be afraid of failure. That's what I got out. And there's no goose in St. Croix. So what we're going to do right now is take a break. We're going to take a break till 10 o'clock. We have not dispersed in the rooms yet, so everybody's going to stay on. We're calling this main stage. So if you look in your packet, it says main stage. And then we'll be right here, back here. Commissioner Molloy will speak about Department of Labor and what it is and kick off this summit for us. The governor is moderating a whole section that's going to be exciting. And then we'll tell you about the rooms that you'll have a chance to look about the campus and see where you're going to be for you and your children and take advantage of that free tuition. All the different rooms will have sessions in. So 10 o'clock, we'll be right back here, mingle, meet people, shake some hands, give out some cards, and we will be right back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the break, and welcome back. You are watching and listening to the Governor's 2022 Workforce Summit, Creativity and Innovation in the Virgin Islands Workforce. Welcome back, Mike.
Welcome back, Aisha. Somebody told us we didn't introduce ourselves.
You know, there are no do-overs, and I'm so glad the governor talked about failing. So everybody's going to be a little kind to us. So although there's no do-overs, the time to do what's right is always right. So I have some persons I have to acknowledge. I have Miss Candia. Oh, they told us we never said our names. Right. We came up here with such excitement. We started and creativity and innovation, and we clapping, and we never told them who we were.
Introduce yourself.
All right, everyone. My name is Aisha Clendenin Gums. I'm a board member of the Workforce Development Board, and you are?
I'm Mike Fazio, everyone. I'm the CEO of Workforce 180. We're a Virgin Islands licensed business, and we do consulting and advising work for the Department of Labor, the Workforce Board, and others here in the territory, and been here since 2009.
Wow, yeah. Time flies when you're having fun.
I know how to drink peanut punch and know where the patés are.
All the important
stuff. Say good morning,
stuff.
good afternoon, good night. I'm pretty good now.
Very good. I'm so proud of you. Then we have Ms. Joseph Smith. She's the governor's policy advisor on the Workforce Development Board, too. Please stand and go there. Yay. We have Ms. Candia Rivera representing our delegate to Congress, Stacy Plaskett. We have Senator Whitaker is in the House. There you are amongst us. Welcome. Thank you, Senator Whitaker. And I want to thank the DOL, Department of Labor. We like acronyms in the government. The Department of Labor's team for putting on such an awesome event. This workforce development, it's timely and it's necessary. But it could not have happened without the leadership of this amazing, dynamic, transformational, and creative Commissioner Gary Malloy. Commissioner Malloy is going to give us a few words about workforce development. Before I came on workforce development, he's going to say a few remarks about labor and all the exciting things that are going on. I didn't know before I'm here, but he's going to do that for us, and then we'll get the panel started. Commissioner Malloy.
Good morning, and thank you for that introduction. I hope I can live up to the billing. Or is it that they forgot me on the agenda and they're trying to make up? What do you think? Again, this is a great opportunity, and as the Commissioner of the Department of Labor and Governor Bryan being a former commissioner, it's very, very good to see how well that we are actually bringing things together. I mentioned Governor Bryan because he always reminds me that, as a former Commissioner of Labor, you always hear him in his speeches. So you all know that I have the most difficult job in the cabinet because my boss knows exactly what I'm expected to do, what he wants me to do, and any excuses that I kind of tried to make up, he already knows. So, but we were charged with making sure that the Department of Labor transforms to the Department of Workforce Development and Securities back in 2019. And that mandate and that charge had stayed with us all this time. And the speakers before me did an excellent job. Dr. Hall, it's very difficult to speak after Dr. Hall, Chairman Carty, in terms of his sharing his stories. That embodies what we're trying to accomplish at the Department of Labor. And I'm not going to say trying, what we are accomplishing at the Department of Labor. Because we have been able to make sure that we have consistently been able to creatively and innovatively do the transformation process so that a lot of the trainings, the customized training, the incumbent worker training, the on-the-job training, the apprenticeship programs, those are all living and breathing examples of what's happening in workforce. We are actually moving the needle on workforce development. I want to take the opportunity to thank my staff because they've been very, very creative. They've been really pushed under the gun because, again, coming out of the pandemic, we know that unemployment was the primary focus. We did a tremendous job there in terms of servicing over 27,000 claims and getting more than $230 million within this community, and still had to flip the coin to workforce development. And the focus now moving forward is going to be workforce development all the way through. And again, we've been making sure that we have improved, and I want to make sure that I say this because the staff wanted to make sure that, we are improving the quality of education, training, and employment provided to Virgin Islanders, and helping to deliver talent to employers that can compete in the 24th century. So I want to take the opportunity to thank each and every one of you for being here. Today, you're going to be amazed at the sessions that's happening because you're going to be able to see the public workforce system in action. You're going to be able to get a lot more information about the components of workforce development that Dr. Hall talked about. Content, delivery, and values. You're going to get to see them in action as you interact with the presenters, the panelists, and so it's very, very important for us to make sure that that workforce development is seen as an economic development strategy that helps the Virgin Islands move forward. So again, I want to take the opportunity to thank you very much for being here, and we look forward to sharing and meeting each and every one of you and helping you, again, achieve whatever goals or dreams that we need to achieve within the Virgin Islands. And the Department of Labor is here at the forefront to help lead that. So again, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. We have your first session in this room. It's called Grow Your People, Grow Your Business. Just think about that. Grow your people, grow your business. I know a lot in customer service and businesses, we talk about the customer is always right, and we focus so much on the customer. But if we treat those employees and grow those employees, you won't have to worry about how they're treating the customer. It'll be a reflection of the culture in that organization, in that company. So how can small business owners improve their business productivity and profit margins, develop employee engagement, grow and improve their services, reduce staff turnover, and enhance the overall business performance? To answer those questions, we have our moderator, the Honorable Albert Bryan Jr., and I have the privilege of reading his bio, just in case you didn't know. Governor Bryan graduated from St. Dunstan's Episcopal High School in 1985. He earned his Bachelor's of Arts degree in economics in 1989 from Wittenberg in Ohio University. Immediately after college, Governor Bryan returned home to the Virgin Islands, where he began a successful career in both private and not-for-profit service, holding positions of responsibility at HES, at the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, innovative communication, and later earned his MBA at the University of the Virgin Islands. He's always exhibited a lifelong passion for two things. Yes, politics and dedication to community service. In 2002, he co-founded, as he spoke about, Generation Now, a nonprofit organization that filled a critical role in educating the public on key political and social issues. In 2007, he was tapped and appointed by the governor, then Governor DeYoung, to Commissioner of Labor. He served there 8 years and didn't get any raise at the time. In 2015, with the change in administration, Governor Albert Bryan Jr. returned to the private sector as an entrepreneur and not-for-profit executive. He was the president and CEO of Opera Group, a consultant agency which focused on innovative entrepreneurship opportunities and businesses in the territory. He was also the CEO of Master Strategies. That was a local human resources and recruiting firm. He served as the executive director of Junior Achievement, and in 2018, you were elected. In 2019, sworn in as the 9th elected governor of the United States Virgin Islands. Let's welcome our moderator, Governor, the Honorable Albert Bryan Jr. We have 3 panelists today that's going to join the governor. Chris Richardson, Jeanette, former Senator, Millie.
No, we're over here.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Akil St. John, Geraldine Pitt, Pablo Fuentes. I apologize.
You all want to come up to the stage right now, and then we'll introduce you one by one. Thank you.
Geraldine Pitt, Akil St. John, and Pablo Fuentes.
Good morning. Alive, Mike? Good to go? Okay, good morning, everybody. Again, I am free. I just wanted, this is a great panel because we just had the innovation grant to businesses, which we caught a lot of flack over, but we're pressing on forward, doing what we have to do because growing your business and growing your people is so important to the Virgin Islands. And the innovation grant that we sent out was all about that, about how do businesses not survive, but thrive. What can you do to get your business going? And today we have 3 great panelists. Akil, I like to call him young and up and coming, but he isn't so much up and coming. He's actually doing, he's the president of the chamber. So Akil is doing big things. He also works at, what's it called now? Ocean Point, you know, as their counsel. So thank you, Akil, for joining us. And of course, when you talk about growing your business, Geraldine, as I like to call her, is doing an incredible job. You know, VIA competes against the big dogs, AT&T, now Liberty,
T-Mobile.
T-Mobile. She doesn't like that one. She said T-Mobile. Sprint. Everybody. And this is a local company that employs local people and pay them really well. I'm a little bit biased. I used to work there, as you know. And then Geraldine is doing an incredible job as leading that as a woman CEO in the Virgin Islands. Please give her a round of applause as well. And then, of course, Pablo. If you don't know anything, you may think Vivo is a foreign corporation because you see those yellow things everywhere, right? They got more equipment than Tools R Us. Cranes, trains, everything. They're doing incredible things in the Virgin Islands. And here's an example of a Virgin Islander who has really explored and exploded his business here in the Virgin Islands. Pablo is the head of that agency. Patrick is an acquaintance of mine. And just doing incredible things, whether in the refinery, out here in the public. So I'm sure he has a lot to share with us about growing your people and growing your business. Thank you for joining us, Pablo. So let's get started. And you know, I'm gonna start with the lady and the ladies first. So you know, I don't know if you want to start with a little 5 minutes about what innovative VIA. Y'all just like Ocean Point. Every week a new name.
Not since I've been here.
I mean, what has been your experience so far in growing the corporations, your challenges, and how is people a part of that?
I think for us, you know, the focus is when you sit on the outside and you look at VIA and you get a sense of you hear about some of the changes that's happening inside the business, and that's a key learning for small businesses. Sometimes you need to reshape your business to grow. Circumstances change, technology negates that you actually make some of the changes. For us, I think the focus now is on, we've done a lot of that changing and getting people in the right positions. Because as we move forward, what our customers require of us, that has changed. And so we're focusing a lot now on training and development of our team.
Right.
I mean, over the last 2 years, and certification. So you have such a large team who spent a lot of their time, they grew up with VIA or Innovative and all of the different permutations. But at this stage, everybody needs to get into the development game, really, because society is just requiring, and customers are requiring a lot of us, and technology is changing. And if we are going to continue to be a technology company, we have to innovate ourselves as well. So our team is spending a lot of focused time on training and development. technical certification, which is big because invariably you get persons who come from every walk of life. You're close enough to the United States. I know we're still in a Caribbean context. But at the same time, what is important is that you can have persons who come from mainland, who come from Puerto Rico, anywhere else, and just as easy get a job in the Virgin Islands. It's challenging from that point of view. And so we have to make sure our team get the right certification that they need as well. But also focus a lot on how we treat people, right? And I always say to my team, we are in the business of customer experience and sales. Nobody really cares what our titles are when we walk outside. I'd never say what mine, I'd never say that. You have a VIA problem, or I'm wearing a VIA shirt, what is the problem? I take it away and I own it. The crucial thing is about owning a customer issue no matter where. I mean, people get surprised from time to time when they send me an email and I respond. Almost, you sort of wonder what was expected of me, right? And my team, for us, it's important that we own the customer issue. If it comes to you as an issue, you own it. And be reliable. Don't get me wrong, we have a lot of things that we need to fix, right? As you reshape a business, there are growing pains. Like everything else, it's almost like growing up from teenager to adult. So a lot is happening, and a lot of it is focused on the people, internal and external. How do we treat each other so that they can deliver for the customer? How do we keep your promises to each other? I say to my team all the time, it doesn't matter, when you start getting so familiar in a workplace, having worked together for so long or come from the same community, that complacency sometimes set in. So I ask you to do something, you take forever to get it done, but we keep going around, give it to me, man. Since last week, I'm asking you for that. The customer needs it. And I say to them, if you don't like the word escalation, just Google it. Find a different word, but somebody needs to know that you're struggling. And there's no friendship when it comes to that part of the job. Because your friend allows you to succeed. They cannot be the reason that when you turn up in the supermarket next week and you see the customer, you have to hide behind the shelf. No, that's not good enough, right?
I love that.
That's not good enough.
I really love, when I worked there, I used to tell my boss all the time, it's like everybody in our executive team should wear a VIA shirt.
Yeah.
At least once a week, and be forced to walk around in the community, because
absolutely.
Then you're held accountable. So that's a big thing, Akil. I mean, the hardest thing for a business owner is getting other people to replicate your passion for your business, and that's ownership. What is your experience with getting employees to own the business and feel like when I go out there every day, I am adding value to whatever it is this business presents?
So, Governor, I'm one of those leadership buffs. I like reading all these books, Simon Sinek, Malcolm Gladwell, you name it. And one of the things they always talk about in those books, the recurring themes, is you have to make sure that the culture of the organization is communicated effectively to the employees. That can't be something that you just delegate to middle management. The top management, the ownership needs to impart the cultures of the organization to the employees so that when they walk out into the community, they're beaming. We all know which companies reflect that. One of the things we see at Ocean Point is that there are regular town hall meetings with leadership. I see Tara out here, one of our vice presidents. Regular town halls where leadership can hear concerns. And there's no censorship, there's no kind of restriction on anything. You can ask the CEO, you can ask the vice president, hey, I have this issue, I have this concern. And they're right there to answer that. So that level of accountability, that level of imparting the values of the organization, who we are, what we do, what we're really here for, is very important. There's a good book called Start With Why that talks about that.
Right, I mean, I think that's hard for people too. It's like most small business owners, you get your business and you want to run it your way.
Yeah.
And do what you want to do.
Yeah.
But at the same time, being able to take that constructive feedback is difficult sometimes as a leader in your organization. How do you get, because people get vindictive, right? We're like, yeah, here we say about me in a meeting. I'm gonna fix you. I had a boss told me one time, he said, don't get any more bright ideas in a meeting with my boss. But adjusting that business climate has been so important. And I know I always admire Vivo Pablo, because that much equipment, your main customer shuts down and you have all these employees. Tell us about those challenges and how you've been able to make it work.
Perfect segue into that, because one of the biggest challenges that Vivo has experienced, and not just Vivo, but a lot of companies in the U.S. Virgin Islands, is change. Okay, is number one, the acceptance of change. One of the things that we try almost on.
Wait, I want you to stop for a second. What do you say that one? Acceptance of what?
Acceptance
Of
change.
Yeah. People don't like that. I just want you to say it again so people. You have to accept this change. Go ahead.
You have to accept it and you have to embrace it eventually. I mean, first you accept it and then you embrace it. Vivo is a perfect example of that over the past few years, okay? First it was very small, and I don't know how many know the history, but it was very small. Hurricane Maria comes through, okay? Lime tree starts. These are things that in some cases are negatives or positives for some people, depending on the perspective that you have. But in the case of Vivo, it was all for positive.
You're saying a lot of good things. You say, depending on the what?
The perspective.
The perspective. When the rain falls, some people getting wet, some people saying, yes, the grass is great, I'm going to get to make some money cutting it. Yeah. Perspective.
So in that particular case, those were changes, those were sudden changes, in some cases unexpected and undesirable changes that actually were used for good. They turned for good in the case of Vivo and a lot of other companies in the community. Now we take that same company, not too long after that, 2 or 3 years later, right. And now well, first of all, there was exponential growth as a result of that, okay? But then change comes again, okay? Now there is exponential change again, but now it's in a different direction, right? Now, we can roll over and die, which is what Patrick decided not to do, okay? Or you can learn to adjust, you can adjust, okay? One of the biggest challenges, especially in developing the workforce, is getting the workforce to understand that change is a constant, okay? And that the only thing that has never ever changed in time is that there's change. And we need to, again, understand it, we need to accept it, and eventually we need to embrace it in order to be able to use that to take us to the next level.
So I like that. And you know, COVID was a shining example of, like, either you're going to adapt, and thrive, or you're going to sit in the corner and cry. And I think we did a good job in doing that. And one of the things that always, you know, Jeffrey Prosser, when he wrote when he was head of the company, had us in one day, and he says, you know, when the company's doing well, everybody wants a raise, right? But if we have an off year, nobody wants a pay cut. How do you, I mean, with this incredible change, any one of you now, how do you manage that? Because when you start to show, you know, the incredible burden of having a payroll to make, and understanding that sometimes you have to let employees go and still make those employees who are there feel like they're a part of the company and a very important part while they see their friends going through the door. Anybody had any experience with that?
That one is a particularly difficult one. I think it's the biggest challenge that I have, you know, in any of the businesses that I've ran before. It goes through that cycle.
Right.
And you're right. I mean, just when you grew up, as I said, you spent so many years working, the morale of the team can really get down when you start to see people walking out of the door. My thing is that I think the hope is that they see how we treat them in the exit. The fact is they didn't do anything wrong. They are not bad workers by any means. There's always sometimes the fact that, you know, if things changes, they get to come back. But I think it's refocusing the team that remains and giving them some level of certainty, even when you yourself is uncertain. That's a funny thing, you know. Yeah. You look ahead and you're not really seeing, you can see so far. Who could have seen the pandemic? Nobody can, right? But giving them the sense that, and communicating at every juncture. At every juncture, I've been fairly open and honest with the team. Here's what a financial situation would be. Here are the changes that's happening in terms of funding or whatever the changes. Here's what technology is required from us. We need a shift in the kind of workforce, the quality, meaning more training, more development, and then sometimes it may mean exit. And giving them the sense that not necessarily you're next.
Right.
I mean, you know, you find different ways. I imagine each one of you will find a different way to do it. In my case, I decided to make a very early 2022 decision, and then I said, this is it for 2022.
Right.
So it was tough. I had to suffer a little bit to pull it up, but something that allows the team to feel 2022, you are okay, right? Unless, of course, something crazy come out of the way, and my hope is that they have the same definition of crazy as I am, as I do, right? But I think that's a part, but it's always hard because you see them It's such a small community.
Oh, and
See them all the time.
it is a very small community.
Yeah.
And, you know, what do you find? People think money motivates people. I had a guy that used to live here, God rest his soul. He ran a business, and he said he offered everybody $50 a week for bonuses. He said, and he couldn't get people to compete. And he said it's a very women-concentrated industry he was in. And he says, you know what? I'm going to just change it to a free manicure, pedicure. And he said people went crazy, you know. I'm saying in the election scene, I see it too. You could save the retirement system, but if I could get a T-shirt, I'm definitely voting for you. So what do you find motivates people in your industry to work, like for your job?
Well, one of the challenges that we've had is managing what I'll call managing expectations, okay? And I relate all of this, what she's just said.
These things. What is that again? Managing expectations. Yeah.
Managing expectations. Expectations change depending on the cycle that we're in, okay?
Right.
Like I was just mentioned. You're right. Money seems to be what motivates people until they understand exactly what that entails, what that means, okay, or what the true meaning of making money is. Managing the expectation, for instance, of how do we operate within this community now? How do we survive first and then get to a point where we start thriving, okay? Right. How do I become a part of that? How am I a part of history, of the history that's being created now, which is the way that I like to see it. We are making history right now, and that history, I try to project on the employees, how are you becoming a part of that, okay? Right. How are they gonna talk about you 10 years from now? Forget about me, I'm on my way out, look at me, okay? I am here to share with you what you need in order to become the best at whatever it is that you decide for the future. Okay, so again, the way that we look at it is, number one, clarifying expectations, okay? Right. We're not in the same condition that we were in 5 years ago, okay? The refinery, for now, is shut down. We don't have all of the activity, all of the economic activity and everything that we had back then. That does not mean that this is a bad time to be in. I think actually this is one of the best times to be in, because now you get to be part of the next wave, the next great thing that's going to happen. So it's a matter of trying to get the workforce to understand that they can and should become and need to become actually a part of the next great wave.
I like what you said there, because I think a lot of times people don't connect themselves to what the employer is going through. It's like understanding the industry and what's happening in the industry. If you're seeing Jovensa is shut down, then you need to be thinking about some other way to make profit and helping you to make profit. And then you spoke about another thing which is really interesting too, is what people want out of the employment. A lot of people in the Virgin Islands, people work for places forever. Right. It's the best place, because if you train somebody, they never leave. They're there forever. The bad part about there is, but after 10 years, you're everybody's godparents, your cousin working there, your mother working there, and then any offense to anybody, it's like family.
Yes.
So how do you balance that business in terms of making employees feel, because you want them to feel like you're part of the company, but at the same time, you're running a business, you know?
It's communication. I mean, at the end of the day, you set the expectation, as you said, but you constantly communicate, because just hearing them out makes a big difference, right? In the same way you spoke earlier, you know, you do the CEO roundtable, your managers are not in the room. I'm the only one in the room together with HR, and basically the aim in 2022 is to go through the entire company. Everybody gets a chance to sit on the table. Right. And you're free to say whatever you want.
So wait, let's go back there. So you have, what do? You do this?
A CEO roundtable, where a breakfast with the CEO. So every member of the team will be part of that session. I think we probably about 75% or 80% of that now. But just get to speak to it, then we do a list of all of the things that were brought up to the meeting, not names or who. Responsible, though, we have a sponsor for each one of those. And then we made the link available to the entire team, so you can at any time go in and check where we are in fixing some of the things that you brought up. In those sessions, if we can't do it, I will say that. If it's something for next year, I would also say that. But I think giving the employee a voice They just need to have somebody to talk to. And knowing that they don't always have to go through their manager to get to you, that you are there, you're available, the door is open. And I say to my team, my executive team, I do not really care who an employee have a conversation with about something that's bothering them on their job. You have one duty. Your duty is to open the door to the manager to say, Tom or Mary or Jane just came to me, she has a problem or he has a problem, I want you to listen. Right. Do not ask why you didn't come to me first. That's like, I never understand this. Our interest is to ensure that somebody hear your issue. And when you have that level of confidence, the difference becomes how each manager now navigate that between themselves to make sure that that person's voice is heard. So I think it's going to be about talking to them. Some people, you're always going to have reasonable people, and you always have some people who will never get it, you know? And I
know those, right? The unreasonable people.
Yeah, and some people will never get it. And then for me, I say, the reason we do things is never going to be for 100%. Right. Every time you have an interaction and you're able to take one or two things or get one or two persons happier, you would have done a great job. And you continue along that way. Are you expecting 100%? I'm not a 100% kind of girl, so I don't have that kind of expectations. But my thing is make sure we talk to each other and communicate.
I think it's important too that employers, small business, don't have an HR. Most people who own small businesses don't have an HR dedicated person to run these. Even though Vivo Innovative, in the grand scheme of things, these are small businesses. About over 2,000 of our companies don't have more than 10 people in them. So they're really small operations. What's your suggestion to them in terms of what do you think employees in the Virgin Islands value? What are their values what are they looking from their employer? And how do they attract talent? Or how you attract talent in your companies now?
So just as a millennial, this is a very important question for me. I was watching CNN last night, and they said that, it was one of the generals, Lieutenant, I think Mark Hertling or somebody, he said that Europe should target Russia's fleeing males and induce a brain drain in Russia. And I said, the brain drain is actually being used as a tool of war.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. That's how significant this is.
You think that's happening in St. Croix? I think that's what happened in St. Croix. Definitely.
There we go. And so I think that in order for us to solve this, and that's why it's so important to have these young folks here, as a complex grad myself, public school grad myself, went on to college, law school, it really is heartening to see you all here. But I think that this is the answer. How we attract it is figuring out what do millennials want, what do Gen Z want. And I think, from my perspective and talking to folks through the chamber, we want to be a part of an organization that cares about us. We want to be a part of an organization that values us, treats us with respect, mentors us. When I was in college and also in law school, the congressional stafford would always sit toward the back of the hearing. You see the congressperson or the senator, you see all these young folks behind them. It's like, what? And they're there soaking up everything. We just want to be a part of things. We want to learn. We want to see how it works. And we want to know that you have our backs. And I think that if that culture, I know we have a culture of we're really strict on young people. You got to pay your dues and you can't talk back and you can't buy it. And that's great. But we also want to know that you care about us at the end. So I think that will result in a lot more young folks coming back when they feel like they have an opportunity to thrive and be mentored here.
And then I think that's so important what he said in terms of what millennials want, because a lot of people honestly think that what millennials want is not to walk, but we know we know that's not true, right? And I think it's unfair to paint such a broad brush, but they do want to have flex time, and they do want to feel valued, and they do want to have the opportunities to make up. Now, conversely, what are employers' values that they're looking out of their employees?
For me, it's about attitude. I actually think that once you come to, when you go through your whole HR manual and you need a high school diploma or you need a first degree, I throw that out the window, literally. You have to once you come to this organization with the right attitude, we can teach you anything.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And that's it. That's all we want. That's really all I want. And I have kids, right? So I know when, for example, my son will say, well, you go through and you do an application, there is no experience. And you know, we have this thing where we say, well, you need experience of X number of years. How do you get experience if nobody give you a chance? I never can understand that. I just don't understand that.
So two things, because words are important, right?
Yeah.
And when you say the word attitude,
Yeah.
like, that may mean something to you, but I don't mean it means the same thing to Tregenza. So when you say attitude, two things I want you to talk about. When you say attitude, what does that look like so we can define that?
Yeah.
And then the only way to get and see someone's attitude is to network and to meet that person. Resumes don't have attitudes.
No.
All right, so
Yeah.
when you say attitude, what does that look like?
Some part of it comes out in the interview itself. You know, I always say, like, I remember one very early 6 o'clock in the morning when I was in St. Lucia, I got to the airport, it's just after 6, traveling to Barbados, and there was a young lady at a coffee stand.
Right.
And it was after 6 in the morning, everybody else was grumpy, but she was absolutely bubbly, right? She was just full of energy, and I looked at her and I said,
He was stealing the coffee.
And I looked at her and I said, is this home upbringing or is this training? And she said, upbringing. I said, I have a better job for you. How much do you work for?
Exactly.
Just like that. Just like that. Because that part, she comes with that.
Right.
That's about everything and the willingness to learn. So when I speak about attitude, I don't just mean a bubbly personality. I like to say half crazy because I'm half crazy, but I don't literally mean half crazy. But what you also need to do is the willingness to learn.
Yes.
And understand and value on-the-job learning and training. Some people seem to think you know, what I have, for example, I was in Barbados. I'll probably get in a little trouble for saying that, but you had people who would have had master's degree doing customer service. And for them, it was a burden. For them, it was a little bit like, oh, I have a degree, and you know, I'm not supposed to be doing that.
Yeah.
And it's a big one.
So for Barbados, it's all over.
And then the funny thing about it, I said, the next person you talk to on the phone could be your next employer.
Absolutely.
Did you think about that?
Absolutely.
Right? Because that's how employers find good people.
Right.
I say to my team, if you really want to have people with the right attitude, just walk into some business places.
Yeah.
You see it, you see the vibe, you see the willingness, even when they're working for minimum wage.
You hear what she just said,
see
right?
That.
Steal other people's.
Oh yeah. Well, that's how you do it, right? That's how you do it.
That's how you do it.
Of course, because that's networking now. You just
I tell you, I went into Foot Locker and to buy a pair of sneakers, and this young lady she knew everything about the sneaker, what kind of sneaker it was, what the padding was for, where it was made, how it was constructed, why it's better than the other sneaker. She asked me what I do and what I want to do. I was like, I got a job for you.
Exactly.
So I think that's an important point too, is like especially in a small community, you're always interviewing for your next job. And I always make the example, you might be pissed off that day in the Kmart line, cussing out the cashier because she got the wrong thing and the wrong thing. But the person you're going to interview with next week will be behind you and Ali thinking, what a ringing idiot.
Exactly.
So your brand is all the time. I know we're running out of time, so that went really quick, right? I want you to give some closing remarks, anything I didn't cover as we close out. We could start and end with Pablo.
Well, again, and you know, to continue on that with attitude, or use that, and along with everything else. I mean, again, to me, accepting change is critical. Okay?
Accepting change.
And accepting change on both ends. Okay, this is a two-way street. It's got to be good, proper teamwork. Embracing that change and then trying to see how we can use that to get to that next step. But then understanding that perception is reality. If you have the wrong perception, you're going to be living in the wrong reality, which obviously means that there's going to be failure. And yes, failure is good, but as long as we can learn from that to take us forward. So those are key concepts for us, and all of that eventually should translate into a much stronger workforce for the Virgin Islands.
If you have the wrong perception, you'll be living in the wrong reality.
Yeah.
That's like people who are insane, right? You know what I'm saying? I could swear, got a man here talking to me. You could see him? Living in the wrong reality. So I think that's really powerful. Adapting to change. A lot of things we don't like, that's just how it is for right now. Absolutely. We have to adapt and thrive on that. Geraldine?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of it for me is job descriptions. The things that people should just start getting rid of, quite frankly. But we understand the limit. We understand the context of job descriptions. But from an employee point of view as well, I want, you have to leave your job description behind. I'm not asking for employers to exploit by any means employees. That's not what I'm suggesting. But if I didn't leave my job description behind, I would never be where I am today, because I would not have the ability to learn anything other than what's on my job description.
Ooh.
So use your job description as an HR tool. Right?
That is powerful. I think leave your job description behind.
Stay on the HR file.
Yeah.
It is an administrative function. It's an administrative tool. It cannot be the tool that's bounding the way you conduct yourself, what you learn on the job, how you value on-the-job learning. And stop thinking that learning has to be in a university setting, or it has to be an online course that a company or the government pays for, but rather all of the tools that you really need in any job you have, or in any job you want to get to, is probably present on the internet today. Start there, because that's when you start learning and say, that's when you probably ask yourself, do I really want to do that now that I know more about it, rather than getting into it and then backing out because I didn't really know a lot about it. That's what I want, for young people in the audience. That's a big thing for me, is forget your job description, and you enter a different place, forget your education. From the point of view of, I'm an engineer, it doesn't mean that you have to start off being an engineer. My job was, when I started off, I wanted to do anything related to not sitting in the office. Big problem.
How did that work out?
That was it. No, but somebody happened to come into my sixth form college and talk about planning, town and country planning. And I decided, yeah, that means I'm going to be in the field. Yeah, lo and behold, when I got to college in Jamaica, I realized you have to type the paper. Oh my God, I couldn't type. So you have to now pay somebody to do that. Expand your horizon, look broader than where you just think in front of you, and give yourself options in life. And whatever you learn on the job never stays with your employer. It goes with you. And that's the most powerful thing. So just learn. Find things to learn, because it will always be what goes on your resume for the next job. And your development is not about advancing necessarily where you are, because every organization has limitation. As you go up, you go into a funnel, right? It gets smaller at the top. But whatever you learn could be for your next job. And that's the power of learning.
You're always working on your next job. Whatever you learn, you take it with you. Or your own business. Or your own business. Yeah. Awesome. Akil?
Yeah, I want to piggyback a little bit on what you said with respect to being a sponge. You have to be a sponge. Soak everything up. You have some lawyers who say, oh, well, we're lawyers. We don't get involved on the business side. And I said, no. I want to go and be in-house so I can see how the business works. Guess what? It makes me a much stronger lawyer if I understand both the legal side and the business side. Now you're a powerhouse, right? So be a sponge. Soak everything up. One thing I want to mention, too, is technology. One of the, I guess, the pandemic was not good, but one of the opportunities that came out of it was the opportunity to innovate with respect to technology. Like the Chamber, we just adopted an app that does all of our membership, all of our billing, all of our marketing. I mean, this thing is crazy. I mean, so when you talk about, one of the questions I think was, how do you innovate and reduce expenses and so on and so forth, it's embracing technology. That can cut down. You have tech that can stay with cars, tell you where your vehicles are. It can tell you what your employees are doing, how much time they're on the computer. I mean, you can really innovate with respect to tech. Maybe we don't want to adopt that one. I see some HR folks. I'm just saying. I'm just a lawyer, man. I'm just no, but no, it is important to innovate. We can't always be the last to adopt Apple Pay. We can't always be the last for this or the last for that. We want to, right, Governor? I've heard him say it so many times. We want to be on the cutting edge. And I just want to say to all the young people, again, you guys are why we're here. I'm very proud of you. I sat in those chairs a little more than 10 years ago. I felt like I could not go to law school. When I got there, it seems like in order to get in, you had to have a parent who was a lawyer or a doctor. I wasn't. I come from the same situation that you guys come from. I'm very proud. And there's nothing that you can't do. So, proud of you guys.
Growing your employees is a big part of growing your business. At the end of the day, everything that you do, produce, or service is going to count on that person that they meet when they walk in your front door, or opens that van to fix or do something in a customer's house. Making sure that your employees feel valuable, that they are adaptable, that they're connected to the business and feel concerned. and you are investing in them and pouring into them everything that they need to be individually successful. Thank our panel. I thank you all for that session.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, Isha.
All right. So let the creativity and innovation continue, because it already began this morning. So here's how it's going to go. We're going to have concurrent sessions. So there are 3 sessions that you can select which one you want to be in from 11 a.m. to noon. From 11 a.m. to noon. The first session is in this room, and we're calling this room on your programs Main Stage. Main Stage.
Great hall, great hall.
Great hall? That's my run of show. You know when they give you a run of show and put all this additional details, you're telling people everything you read in the run of show. They call it Main Stage there for all the audio people. So the Great Hall is our main stage, and that's who's your competition. Think globally, think remotely.
Right, so in this panel discussion here, we will really be discussing about who are you really competing against. Employers, as we all know, are struggling to find talent. So now more than ever, businesses must adopt and adapt to their workforce strategies to find and retain the right employees, right? That's been a general theme already here, not just recruiting, but also retaining people. So the panelists are going to share ways that industry leaders can increase their efforts to build better relationships, strengthen workforce development, expand their services across the territory to beyond where they are currently today in the post-pandemic era.
Very good. Sounds exciting. Room 305, using technology to your advantage, digital skills and jobs for the future.
Okay, so this is going to be a great session. The Vice President of Public Relations and Governmental Affairs is your moderator from VIA. That's Jennifer. Oh, I'm going to butcher your
Matarangas.
Matarangas King.
Yes.
And, talking all about the way we're using technology and digital skills to navigate through the workforce today, and some great panelists there as well.
Excellent. And in room 308, we have economic and education actions to transform the workforce.
And this session will be narrated by our own Sana Joseph Smith here from the Office of the Governor. And this is really going to talk about, with our panelists, how to discuss the role education plays in economic and workforce development. And it's great that we have students here and have already become part of the theme of this summit today.
So great. Great Hall, main stage, 305 and 308. We will break for 305 and 308. Where? We have to both our direction. So if you go out the back door and to your left, we have persons there to direct you to room 305 and 308. If you want to stay at main stage, Great Hall, you will stay in here. The information and the details are in your packet. We're going to break. Thank you and have a wonderful session. Welcome back to the Governor's 2002 Workforce Summit, Creativity and Innovation in the U.S. Virgin Islands Workforce. This concurrent session is entitled, Who's Your Competition? Think globally, think remotely. Now, who are you really competing against? Employers are struggling to find talent now more than ever. Businesses must adapt their workforce strategies to find and retain the best talent, the right talent for their businesses. So the panelists today will share ways industry leaders can increase efforts to build better relationships, strengthen their workforce development, expand services across the territory and beyond, and thrive in this post-pandemic area. So I have as our moderator, Ms. Adrienne Williams-Octolin, and I am going to read her bio. And then I will introduce our panelists and read their bios, and then the panel will get started. So Ms. Adrienne L. Williams was selected by Governor Bryan to serve as the director of the Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery in February 2019, where she's responsible for overseeing the distribution and compliance of the government of the Virgin Islands. Utilization of $8 billion. That's a lot of zeros. $8 billion in hurricane recovery dollars and over $1 billion in COVID-19 funds. Prior to her appointment as director of the Office of Disaster Recovery, she served in various executive leadership positions within FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, with oversight of public assistance, hazardous mitigation, grant funding. Director Williams-Octolin also formerly served as the executive director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. During her tenure, she successfully led the development of 7 home ownership and rental communities across the Virgin Islands, providing 332 new housing opportunities totaling $69 million. As a former director of the Joint Council on Workforce and Development, now called the Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board, she is honored to be a moderator at this year's summit. Welcome, Ms. Williams-Octolin. Next to Ms. Williams-Octolin, we have Chris Richardson. Hi, Chris. Chris and his, Chris, you have a fan. Chris and his partner, Ted Bedwell, are the owners of Sand Castle on the Beach Hotel in Frederiksted, St. Croix. Chris, originally from Kentucky, and Ted from Texas, began their love affair with Sand Castle over 2 decades ago when they frequent the hotel as guests on the island of St. Croix. For many years, they've dreamed of what personal touches they would add, landmark facility given the chance. As it so happened, that opportunity arose in 2016, and they took ownership on New Year's Eve of 2016. Bringing very different career experiences to their new enterprise, Chris in salon ownership and Ted as a labor leader and senior flight attendant for American Airlines, the two combined their talents and assembled a team to rehabilitate, renovate the historic beachfront hotel back to its original grandeur. In addition, the management of the hotel shifted its focus to an entirely client-centered focus, putting a new emphasis on the guest experience and overall satisfaction. In addition to excellence in customer service, Ted and Chris believe in strong community involvement, supporting numerous local charities, and through Chris's service on the boards of the Frederiksted Economic Development Association and the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association, and Ted on the board of the St. Croix Hotel and Tourism Association. They are so happy to call St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, their home. Welcome. Sitting next to him, no stranger to any of us, is former Senator Jeanette Millen Young, a 4-time successful senator. She has spent a lifetime in politics. Yay! And in the field of public relations. In 2019, she founded a consultant firm. She's now putting her 30 years plus of policy and public relations experience to advise businesses on relevant legislation, working through government bureaucracy, reputation management, connecting businesses to community, conference and meeting planning, among other services. That's her new business. Yay. She's very dynamic. Millen Young earned her bachelor's of arts degree in broadcast journalism with a minor in sociology from Loyola University in New Orleans, LA. She began That's Louisiana. She began her professional career as a public information officer in the governor's office under the administration of Governor Alexander A. Farrelly. 2 years later, she was promoted to senior public information officer, and in 1995, she joined the Roy L. Schneider administration as senior public information officer and rose to the position as territorial media director until 1988. There's a lot of innovation alumni here today. So upon leaving government service for the private sector, she joined Innovative Communication. 3 years she serves as the VI Daily News senior editorial writer. She later moved on to become the director of corporate affairs for the parent company ICC in 2000. She ended that first stint at ICC as the public relations manager to return in 2005. And when she finally resigned from ICC in 2010, it was for a good cause. It's for her calling to be the voice of the people. It was to run for Senate. She was elected her first time out the gate, elected in 2010 to serve in the 29th legislature. Noting the need to assist women, she started a business. She wanted to assist women in their professional development, in their business development, women helping women. She founded Women Striving for Success in 2013. She serves as the organization's president since its inception. And the organization has been very, very successful in empowering and assisting hundreds of women to grow professionally in their careers and in life, I might add. Millen Young. Last but not least, we have Mr. Ted, Schieffer, COO of Caravel Hotel, Casino, and Christiansted Revitalization Group. Now, Mr. Schieffer is a 30-year veteran of the gaming and hospitality industry, specializing in slots and property openings. His career includes ground-up builds of 3 major casino projects, notably Hollywood Casino, a 75-room hotel and a 240,000 square foot casino in Charlestown, West Virginia. Since 2016, he has led the Christiansted revitalization efforts at the Caravel Hotel and Casino, drawing thousands of locals, maybe 10,000 of locals and visitors to downtown Christiansted for community events, music extravaganzas, and successfully managed the renovation of both Company House Hotel and Caravel Hotel in 2017, significantly impacting room availability in downtown Christiansted. Let's welcome Ted Schieffer.
All right. Now I get excited after Asia introduces you, like, oh, is that me? Is that you? Did you get the same feeling?
Absolutely.
Well, you know, I am just really pleased to have such a well-rounded panel. I'm looking forward to the discussion here today. When we talk about workforce development, I know we're talking about recovering from $11 billion worth of damage. No, I started to think it was just me alone, that we're still trying to constantly find people. You know, FEMA did a study that said that if every able-bodied Virgin Islander had a job, it would take 5,000 more people in order to recover from these storms. And I'm just thinking about 5,000 people just for the recovery. I'm not thinking about the private sector, but it seems to be a completely well-distributed problem. Would you agree?
I do agree.
And you know, when we started talking about finding the right people and how do you keep your business competitive, it's all about people. You know, Sandcastles is just not the sandcastle, it's all about the people. Or, you know, Caravel is just not about the rooms, it's about the people. So if I say it's an employee market, what would you say?
I totally agree. First of all, I would say I don't want the governor to come and steal my people. He had mentioned earlier he's going to take good people, and we feel very blessed right now with the staff that we have, in spite of the issues that we've had with staffing, with making sure that we have enough from the small pool of labor force that we're able to pull from. We've been very fortunate, and one thing that has really led to that, in our opinion, is we've gotten to have a closer relationship with the Department of Labor. I'd like to give a shout out to those people that are working hard there right now and encourage other businesses to reach out to them now. They're taking a different spin, in my opinion, on how they're approaching businesses. I know when we first started, we were actually afraid of the Department of Labor and the power that they had. So now, you know, we really feel that they're actually on our side, and not just on our side, but on, you know, they're really trying to be the proper liaison between us and the employee, and we're really appreciative of that.
Oh yes, Department of Labor employees in the room. That's all right.
We appreciate you.
Just giving you your kudos as to really helping with the workforce. What would you say?
Well, I would start with, I have the best team of employees I've ever had in 30 years here. And I think, you know, not to tell a secret here, but if you pay properly, you're going to keep good talent, right? So I think we can't avoid that subject, right? I mean, people can't eat benefits, you know, they have to get paid money. So we start there, and I think, you know, identifying good employees and retaining them is easy once, you know, they see that there's a path to success and how you can move up the ladder. And we've made some mistakes along the way. I mean, I think my number one goal is one day to call myself in the office and send myself back home, because there's plenty of people here that can do my job, and I can, you know, go back to Illinois and be with my family, right? So, you know, that's the way I manage. We look for bench strength. You know, we look at, you know, who's our sixth person on the bench to say who can move up to that next position if somebody leaves. And I think those are, if you focus on that, I think you're going to be successful.
Okay, and I know, Millen, you have been coaching entrepreneurs, and we're going to talk about poaching and what the governor said, because it's actually a real thing.
It is.
But what kind of advice are you giving to entrepreneurs in terms of keeping your manpower and getting the resources you need to get the job done?
Well, I guess I have to agree with both gentlemen about the pay, because pay is not everything. And as a young person, my parents always said, don't leave one job to go to the next one because they're paying you more money. But at the end of the day, you have to eat. So I believe that as entrepreneurs, whatever model of a business that we have to ensure that we're paying a livable wage. Because it doesn't make sense for you to hire someone who can't even pay for their gas and their food and be able to be present for you. And so you have to do this livable wage. And so, and the other thing is to make sure not only that they're appreciated, right, but they're also continued education. I go to conferences all the time, and what do I gather from them? Just like doctors and lawyers and those type of career persons, they have to do continuing education, but it seems like if we send certain people to certain jobs, it becomes quote unquote dead end because they don't learn anything. How do they grow? And also the mentorship. And so how do you get to the point where you are able to get someone who's going to do your job so well that you can go right back home? You have to mentor them, you know, and you have to foster a community within your workforce that, you know, is not about complaining, but if there's something to be said, say it, accept the fact that like the governor said earlier, nobody's perfect, no business is perfect, but day by day, things arise. Allow your employees to be able to voice those concerns.
Okay, all right. You know, we talk about in the government, and I see a couple of my colleagues here, that folks are just poaching. You know, you get a good employee, you mentor them, and they're up to a certain level, and then someone steals them, because that is actually what's going on. You know, we come to your business, the Bang Bang shrimp is off the chain. And you come and you get good service, and I was like, hey, how much are they paying you? Would you like a job? Right. And then you have to go back, and that may have been your best employee. So how do you protect against that?
I think sort of like what she was just saying, you know, it's consistent and constant training. Something that she said earlier on the panel is you have to constantly be growing. And we are not, you know, the employer is not the only one that needs to constantly be growing, and you have to encourage that growth within your employees as well. So I know one thing we're starting to really implement is more diversity training, because we feel that if an employee is truly feels good about where they're going to work, and if they feel really good about who they're working with, they're going to probably want to stay longer. It's not only about getting proper pay or more pay. There's other factors involved, and we feel that when you're happy about coming to work, when you look forward to going to work, when that really shines through to the guests, but also to your fellow employees, and obviously to the employer as well. So as far, you know, that's been our strategy to try to prevent poaching, is to really increase, empower our employees to do better from within, but also retaining them by making it a place they really want to be.
Okay. Well, you know, we talked about this, and there's a poaching order. So the nonprofits, well, the private sector will steal from the nonprofits. Those that are nonprofits, the government will then, oh, well, I like working with you. The government steals from the private sector if they don't get paid enough. And then there's the consultants. They come and then they steal from the government. How do we ensure that we continue to build capacity? Because we may like them to like the job, but then there's a higher level of expertise that's required. Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna toss that over to you, Janet, since you've had a little bit of the government from the senatorial side. You know, what does a private company, and then what should the government do in order to ensure that we build a capacity here locally?
Well, it goes back to what I said. I'm just a firm believer of training, and not just college training, right? But training into what you do so that you can do it the best to your ability. So any employer who really bets on the employee is going to send them to a conference, or they're going to bring people on site and teach them. Or because you're not a big organization, you'll pair them with someone who can mentor them, because we don't come with all the answers. Mm-hmm. Just like when you first start working at that first job and they say, well, you don't have any experience. I said, but I'm going to gain it here. And so gaining that experience at that particular point, I don't look at the poaching necessarily as a bad thing, because we need to go up that ladder. And there are certain positions where you just hit that ceiling and there's nowhere else to go. So you want to embrace that employee to stay there as long as possible, but never be so discouraged and so upset with that employee who found something else that pays them better, that they have the status that they were seeking and it fits their educational background. Never keep anybody back. And so I was really good about that in every place I've been, including the Senate. If people told me they had to go to UVI, maybe I'll let them go the part-time, but of course, in that type of role, you really need somebody to put in the hours. Mm-hmm. So sometimes you have to choose. But if you're telling me that you got this good gig, even a week is good enough for me. I don't want to keep anybody back.
Okay.
Agreed.
So Ted, let's talk about the pandemic. How has the pandemic impacted your business?
Well, we got through the pandemic, as struggled like everybody else, but we're finally back to normal. Being a public business, there were a lot of limitations to how many people we could actually have in the casino or in the hotel for that matter. So, we're finally back to normal, and I think that it's in the rearview mirror. I don't think there really is any long-term effects employment-wise. We retained our staff as best as we could. We didn't really have a lot of turnover. Right? They kind of waited for us, which is a good sign.
Well, isn't he lucky?
Yes, very fortunate.
It's just interesting to hear that your staff waited for you. Why was that?
Well, I mean, I don't think we have it perfect. And, one of the things I think every business should think about is the pronoun test, right? Your employees say we or they. They make us do this, or do we do this, right? So if you attack that to say, hey, you're part of this team and you're making decisions, I think that helps a lot. And believe me, we do not have it perfect. There certainly are areas of improvement, but I think we're moving in the right direction. And, being in a gaming industry, there's really not somewhere I can send somebody to go look, right? I mean, I really can't send them to Divvy. So, we take our opportunities to send people to Las Vegas for training, or, just any opportunity we have to see it, because I think it's important that our management sees how things run rather than just tell somebody about it.
Oh, I like that, the pronoun test. You know how the pronoun test works sometime? When the employee comes to you and says, are you ain't doing what are you? Then you failed the pronoun test, right? Because it's all about us. We and us.
Right.
Hey, great.
Agreed.
So, how has COVID affected your business?
Of course, just like everyone else, we were really scared in the beginning, but we took advantage of programs that were available, which allowed us to retain our employees, maybe not in positions they were used to working in, but we created new projects and allowed, so we kept all of our employees on during we only had to lay off just for, I would say, 2 to 3 weeks during the real core of where we really didn't know what was going on. And we were able to bring them right back and still continue. And in fact, we used that as a time for team building exercises. And that seemed to really make a difference in a lot of departments got to know one another. People from the hotel front desk got to know people in the kitchen that they may not normally cross with. So actually, I felt that when it was all said and done, it may have even made us stronger.
Wow. What kind of team building exercises did you do?
Just, where we would put different people in different groups, a group that was going to paint a wall, for instance, and it could be lots of different people from different departments coming together with a team leader and doing it as an us thing, as a team thing.
Was more work?
Pardon me?
The team building exercise was more work?
Yes, they were. Absolutely.
I'm
but in a good and fun way.
No, okay. That's again, I'd like to just explore a little bit more. Ted, you did team building exercises as well. How do you build a camaraderie amongst your staff?
Well, in the hospitality business, especially in the casino business, they're together constantly. I think probably my greatest efforts are more in the management team building and just making sure everybody understands their roles and they communicate with each other. I think that's probably my greatest area of focus at this point is just, we've had some lineup changes at the Caravel and VIGL in the past year. So it's just trying to bring that team back together. And that was, I guess, a little more difficult with the pandemic than now. Now we can really get back into those things and have retreats. And we're going to Vegas next week with 4 of our team members. And that's going to be, kind of a bonding moment for a few of our newer people.
Okay.
I just want to add, you said it was work.
Yeah.
But when I was in the, what you call it, iterations, when it was innovative, I was able to, as a manager, do ride-alongs. Mm-hmm. And so I think that when you think team building, you think just fun things. But when you are able to exchange and go along with an employee who does something that you don't have anything to do with at the time, and you get to really appreciate what it is that they do. So it's not just team building, it's not just doing games, but being able to see what your colleagues are doing, immersing yourself in what that is, and then really understanding how your role really correlates with this other role.
Right, because you have to understand the role that you play in the overall operation, and then there's absolute value in what you do.
Yes.
For instance, if they don't bring fixed a really good bang bang shrimp. You can't get it off to the table to the customers. Have anybody had the bang bang shrimp?
Have to try.
Yes, you have to. You could pay me after.
I will do that.
So, I want to talk about finding the right employee. Everyone's looking, there's people out there looking for jobs. You get a lot of resumes. Is there a culture within your business that you try to make sure that you find the right people? Is it important for you to find the right people and then plug them in? Or anyone that comes through your doors, you're able to shape them, mold them into what you want, what you need them to be within your business?
I feel that, when of course, we have prospective employees come to us almost daily, people that are looking. And one of the things that we do is we'll take them on just a tour of the property. And we're just sort of assessing, trying to get a feel of them as a person and how they interact with people. And typically we will, we're watching to see if they even just simply say good morning or good afternoon to other people as we're passing them. It's very simple things, but it's in hospitality, it's huge.
Yes.
And so it's not that, we feel that we need to give everyone an opportunity to come, that applies for a job, but we're definitely looking for subtle hints of how they're going to interact, particularly with guests. Because that also says a lot about how they're going to interact with fellow employees.
That's true. That's absolutely true. I judge when I stay, wherever I go, I check to see whether they say good morning, whether the wait staff say good morning. If you pass the housekeeping staff in the hallway, do they say good morning? And, it doesn't matter your culture, but here, it's very important that you greet whoever you see, good morning, good afternoon. If that doesn't happen, we write you off right away. Truth?
True.
Truth. And let's say for you, Ted.
I think the two criteria is for getting the right employee, which is the most important thing that we're talking about here, is helpful disposition. Do they have a helpful disposition, which is what we were talking about there. And the other thing is and I don't know who's been to Chick-fil-A, but I've been to Chick-fil-A. Their employees are great, right?
Yes.
So I
Yes.
listened to a seminar with one of the general managers, and they don't care whether you have any experience in that business whatsoever. Their number one criteria is, are you curious and do you have interest outside of your job?
Wow.
And coupled with the helpful disposition piece
Yes.
of it. And then the other thing I'd like to add on, we get a lot of our employees through recommendations, and they get a lot of their employees through recommendations. I think if you can tie those three things together, you're going to get people who are going to stay. But you can't work in a casino or a hotel if you don't like people, or you want to help, right?
Right.
I mean, that's number one.
Yes, Chick-fil-A. Can I help the next guest, please?
Right.
Yeah. Yes, I love Chick-fil-A. And I really, really, really love Chick-fil-A. When we talk about finding the right people, training, retaining the right people, it's very, very critical for success. I know there are times when you just can't afford, well, I should ask, are there times when you just can't afford to train? Things are really busy. Right after the pandemic, we had a lot of people come to our shores. I think it was the first time in a long time that you actually had to make reservations for a restaurant. You come home and you want to go to dinner, you just got up and go to dinner. Usually they can find you a table. Right after with COVID, I should say, that, we got a lot of activity here.
Busy.
Was there a time when you just can't afford to train someone? You just want to make sure that today I can count that Mary's going to be here. She knows where the eggs are. She knows where the butter is. And she can do it without me having to really upset our apple cart.
I think that can we afford that? Ultimately, no, because it ends up not working out to our best advantage. But realistically, that does happen, where at the moment you just need somebody in that position, and you're just hopeful that it works out. I know that has been our experience more than a few times, but when we do take the time, and that's when we really have our employees really shine, and that's when I feel like our employees, for the most part, people want to know what they're supposed to do. They want to be successful, and and that comes from, that we can't assume that they know what we want, and we can't have expectations unless we share with them what our expectations are.
Yes, very important. What are your thoughts on that, Janet?
I just want to make it clear that when I say training, I don't mean go to college, get a certificate of several weeks. To me, learning is a continual process.
Yes.
And so therefore, if you don't have time to send people for a few weeks, every time you have an opportunity to shed some light or share some information or help your employee grow, well, then take that opportunity. So I didn't really mean, I just wanted to clarify that you have to send people for several weeks. As Asia shared with you, I founded an organization called Women Striving for Success. And we have an annual conference. Well, this year, for some reason, I heard back from the sponsors who actually sent the employees to the conference. Some employees went back and they were just profusely thanking their employers for sending them, crying, and they learned so much. That was just one day. If you can't afford to take one day to have your employees, this is like professional development, but very importantly, personal development, because we can't forget the personal aspect. I mean, this employee is a parent or the child of, an Asian parent. Like in our case, for my sister and me, we have to deal with an Alzheimer's dementia person at home. So how do you go beyond just having this person come in, checking in, come into work, and forgetting that they have a life away from that job? And sometimes when they didn't say good morning, it's because it really wasn't a good morning for them. I used to go to, Disney World is my mother's favorite place, every year. Sometimes my sister and I were like, you go find a niece, nephew, somebody to go, because we can't go this year, right? But the one thing I admire from the Disney World concept is the fact that, and I don't know about now, right? I'm talking about back then, because things have changed so much. But, people came with a disposition that made you feel like you were in a magical place, right? So for the hoteliers and the restaurants, that's so important, right? To do the right things, that when your guests come in, they want to pay that $100 for that night or that $200 because they didn't just come to eat your food. They came for a whole experience,
Correct.
Right? And so that is what we need to continue to promote and have our employees understand that you're part of this team, and we all got to work together to make sure this customer comes back.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Excellent. Good.
Thank you.
To answer your question about just kicking people out of the nest and making them go work with no training, it's a disaster. I mean, you can't do it. I mean, if you're going to go through the whole process of identifying the right employee, and that's their first taste, is like, just go figure it out for yourself. You might as well not even do it. Now, luckily, we haven't been in that position too many times recently. Housekeeping is probably our hardest position to fill, and the people that take housekeeping jobs usually have, expectations of their job to say that's about where they're going to be, right? But you just have to pick the right person for that job. And, that's probably where we struggle the most right now, as far as the training aspect.
Yet I've heard people who start at housekeeping and end up being the general manager. That's because they learned at each step of the way, and they had ambition. You don't want to just start there and end there, You just have to have ambition, you have to learn. And again, it goes back to training. I keep going back to training. Go
But I
ahead.
think acknowledging those people that you see that are trying to do more,
Yes.
that want more, and maybe they don't even realize that they're wanting more. You can tell if someone has more motivation and
others, yes.
and is really striving to be better, and we really try to acknowledge that and reward that.
How?
By even like she was saying, she's a housekeeper that's become general manager before. By finding them a position that's even either has more responsibility or is more of their interest involved.
Mm-hmm.
After a while, you get to know people really well and become family. And so I'm trying to find out what their specific needs, and like you were saying as well. You find out more about what their home life is and what is going on if they have children or an aging parent or something like that. I think that it's been our experiences that employees often really appreciate that you care about that you care about them beyond just them clocking in and clocking out.
Good. So, time flies when you're having fun. I was just getting into all of these questions, but let's just to wrap up, let's talk about what are your recommendations for other businesses out there so that they can still have the same kind of experience that you're having? Because I know that if I poll different businesses, they have a completely different experience. Folks are coming in, they're coming out, they can't find good people. We went to the bakery the other day, I saw a sign up saying help wanted. For a long time, I was like, why is this sign still up? She said, we can't find anyone. What would you say to those people?
I think there's a couple of things that probably need to happen. I think that expecting people in the 9th or 10th grade to suddenly learn how to talk to people and be gracious, it needs to start much younger. And I would love to see a program of some sort developed there, because it's just, I think it's like trying to take care of the problem in the middle of the problem. It really needs to start at a much younger age, in my opinion. And the other thing is, like I was suggesting earlier, I do really recommend business owners to talk to the Department of Labor and to get involved with what they're doing now. We've just had some, I can't say enough about how wonderfully that has been for us in the last 6 months, and really working hand in hand with them. I feel that we are more appreciated by the Department of Labor now as employers, and I know we definitely are more appreciative of them. Again, truly, we were we were hesitant. We were scared,
it's like
because
those labor people are coming, right?
Yeah, exactly. And now we really are excited when they're coming, because we feel that we have someone that we'll even call and just ask for what do you think we should do in this situation, because we want to do the right thing,
Right.
And so we really appreciate their guidance.
Wonderful. So you're saying making sure that we are providing training. The Department of Labor is your friend. It's not about, when people say they're going to labor, everyone gets really scared, but there are resources there that can actually help you to expand and address your human resources needs.
Well, I want to also balance this discussion by, it's not all about what you're doing for the employee, because the employees also have personal responsibility.
Agreed.
I love to give and give and give. I'll give a gift here, I'll celebrate this. I love celebrations, I like ceremonies. But I also want you to know that if I've given you, there's a little bit of reciprocation that needs to take part in that. And your personal responsibility means you're being paid to do a job. You signed on for a certain salary and certain benefits. Now you need to deliver as well. And that's, we all have a responsibility to bear in the success, in the overall success of the business, right? And you want to make sure, because I've seen people, when you go and they hardly want to serve you. Well, if you don't want the customer to come back, then that means you're limiting your salary, because they might not have a business to come back to work. So that's one thing that as employees we have to think about as well. The taxi industry, they're small businessmen and women, but let's say a customer comes, a passenger comes, and you charge them a whole heap of money to go from east to west. Well, that's reflective of our destination, because of course we are, and you have 2 hoteliers, that means you understand that hospitality is huge in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and there are businesses that exist because of the hotels and the airports and this. So we have to understand what role we all play in the success of each other's businesses and the ones that we work at and where we draw our salaries from.
That's right. Okay, good. Good.
Yeah, I think we talked a little bit on the prep. I think one of the things we need to address is the housing situation on the island. I don't think, affordable housing is one of the problems for me, existentially, in the sense of my guests' experiences based on whether restaurants can get employees, whether I went out last night and I had to eat in my room because nothing was open, right? And the reason why is because there was this huge force of off-island people that would come down, and they would take those jobs and they would cycle back and forth, right, between jobs. And they make a lot of money, right? And that's why they're here. And I think we need to embrace local people need to embrace there's a career in those jobs. And I would offer we probably need to have some sort of culinary program that can deliver those employees. And it's, the front of the house is a problem too for restaurants, but probably more so the back of the house. But I mean, there is literally no employees to hire for restaurants. Rum Runners is closed 2 days a week right now. They just don't have anybody.
Oh, now you want to get to the good stuff when I tell you we're running out.
Yeah. Is it over yet?
But you know, I really want to talk about service versus servitude here. Have you seen that? You know, there's people come here and do these jobs and make a lot of money and go back. However, why are our local people not taking advantage of that and making that same money and staying here?
Well, I mean, we talked in the prep a little bit. I have a good friend from the Bahamas, and they had a 20-year plan. They went to the schools and said, we're going to train people that these are good jobs. You're going to work in tourism, and it's not servitude. You know, it's you're making money for your family, right? There's upward mobility in these jobs. I mean, you can make a life out of it, and there's all the spin-off of it. So, you know, I would love to see downtown Christiansted full of local people working in the restaurants, but that's just not who's there. But I think it's going to take a comprehensive plan in the schools early on to say, hey, you can make a life here and you can make a living at this.
That's where perspectives, piggybacking on that, that's where perspectives really are involved, because if your perspective of being a restaurant server is something that you've been told is beneath you or could or should be beneath you, I think that early on those perspectives need to be changed. That you can really make a good living and also grow from that experience, getting experience, like you were saying, to go to something even better or even bigger, where your own dreams are your limit.
Yeah, I'm just curious for your thoughts, Janet.
Well, I mean, it still goes back to the livable wage. If you're working in a restaurant but you're not making the money to pay for that residence, because we all know rent is very expensive here. And so I know of a group of people in my neighborhood who came from the States, like you just said, and a whole bunch of them were living in the apartment, and they shared the cost for the apartment for just a few months and made all the money, because at the bars and all, they get all this tip money, probably walk away with $80,000, boom, they leave. You know, and our local people, who we have our families here, we just don't live like that. And I have personal knowledge of young people who are perfectly trained and sent to the back of the house to be bussers rather than servers, who actually make the tip money. And those servers will take the tip, I'm not talking about these gentlemen, you know? And then what, you know what I'm saying? So you have to make a living.
Yes, it has a living wage. You know, when I think I visited St. Kitts, and they were talking about when the Marriott came there, a lot of people were able to earn a living wage and got homes. And you know, here with the cost of living, we talk about St. Thomas versus St. Croix, and I'm also hearing you're saying that this has to start from within the schools and train our students that they can earn a living wage within the service industry. There's a lot of students that graduate from the University of the Virgin Islands with degrees in hotel and restaurant management. You know, are there real opportunities that are being provided to them that are trained minds to be able to earn that living wage that you spoke about?
I certainly feel there are those opportunities.
Okay.
And we've run into some of that. I think that's where I would love for there to be some practical experience where you know we've offered and have done mentorships and so forth, apprenticeships rather, and I think that things like that are really important. So they really can get the experience of on the job as opposed to reading about it or doing an online training.
All right. I'm feeling it. It's a riveting conversation. Yes. Thank you so much for being here with us to talk about, you know, what are the issues with the workforce, what are your strategies, all of the recommendations, and if you want to take something away, do not be afraid of the Department of Labor. They're here to help. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's hear it. And another round of applause for our wonderful panelists. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize a few more persons that have joined us today for our Workforce Summit. Senator Novell Francis Jr., do I see you? Yes, thank you. The Assistant Director of Personnel, Ms. Florina Dane Hassel, is here. Oh, Ms. Hassel, thank you. We have Vitima Director in his season, Daryl Joshin. And the Commissioner of Health, famous for COVID. The wonderful job Commissioner of Health did, and her team. Justa Encarnacion. All right, now we're going to have lunch. Lunch is going to be served right next door. You're going to grab your bag lunch, and you can come back here. We made it so it's light enough so you can eat in your seats. And light enough that you will pay very good attention this afternoon when we come back. So you'll have your lunch. It'll be like a lunch and learn. So we'll have the Virgin Islands Department of Labor and Equus, our core partners. They'll have a presentation in this room until 12:45. So those of you out there, go grab a snack and we will be right back. Thank you so much. to the 2022 Governor's Workforce Summit. Next up, we will have the Department of Labor and Equus, their core agency partners. They're going to come and make a presentation to you so you could know all about what's happening in the wonderful world of the Department of Labor. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon. We've had a little bit of a shift here, and I'm going to do my best to power through this so we can keep the agenda moving. My name is Laurie Christian. I am the one-stop operator for the Workforce Development System here in the VI. And our presentation is, as you can see, entitled Tomorrow's Workforce Today. There's a lot with that. The future is now forging ahead. I'd like to, of course, say thank you for being here and just being so patient with us as we're getting to this next presentation. I want to introduce our presenters today, who will be our core partners. So basically what I'll be doing is laying an outline, placing the foundation. So you can picture building a house. This is what we're doing today. So I'm placing the floor, and then our partners will be coming in and they'll be building the walls and adding the windows. I'd like to introduce, so the speakers are also behind me. We'll have PowerPoint, and that's why no one is on stage right now. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Tanya Lockhart. She is the Assistant Director for the State Office of Career, Technical, and Adult Education for the Department of Education. She'll be joined by Krista Ann Malloy, who is the Principal at the Adult Education. For adult ed, sorry. I also am joined by Equus's project director, Marcy Highstand. She's going to be assisting me with PowerPoint right now. She may be joined by another partner, our business services consultant. And last but not least, we will be joined by the Commissioner of Labor. So tomorrow's workforce today, the future is now forging ahead. We're going to talk about the One-Stop Career Center, as we fondly refer to it as the one-stop. Basically, everything you need is in one house. So this is just providing an overview to our services. One-stop explanation is here. I'm not going to read the slide, but basically everything is under roof for job seekers. We work with job seekers, we work with employers, and we work with our core partners to weave a very intricate set of services. Our purpose, the why for what we do. The goal is to empower people through education, providing homes, providing food. And you'd wonder, well, what does this have to do with the one-stop and education? If you're hungry, you're not going to be focused, right? If you're hungry, just think about Maslow. Food, shelter, clothing. How do you work if you don't have any place to live? How do you show up for a job? You can't take a shower. If you don't have food, you're not able to eat. Education is a big piece of this, right? So we talk about upskilling a lot. And so our partners all come together to provide these services for us. We're federally funded. That's how we get our funds. We talk a lot about Wagner-Pizer. We talk about WIOA. But for our purposes today, we're not going to focus on that. Our job centers, as I said earlier, offer one stop. When you show up, you should be able to, through referrals or through people who are in-house. We also have our co-located partners. We offer access to food, clothing, shelter, education, resume writing, a ton load of services. And this spells it out right here. You can keep going. I'm moving quickly through this. I kind of had a different presentation, but time is of the essence. So the Workforce Development Board has oversight of the system. The board establishes policy, provides strategy, and assists the governor in an advisory capacity. Our core partners, spelled out here: Department of Labor, the Virgin Islands Department of Education, Equus Workforce Solutions. We provide services to veterans, and also, of course, the Department of Human Services. So the next few slides are going to briefly spell out some of the services, or actually the functions, of the VI Department of Labor, our first partner. We can keep going. Department of Education, Adult Education and Literacy, Career and Technical Education. Equus operates on the adult services side of things. And of course, I mentioned I'm the one-stop operator. I'll speak a little bit more about that in a second. Human Services, we'll be hearing more from them tomorrow. They're not with us today. They'll be on not tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday, Thursday. And then, of course, VI Office of Veterans Affairs advocates for veterans. We definitely emphasize priority service for our veterans. We always ask that anyone who is a veteran identify themselves as that. And I know today, at least she was here earlier. Oh, she's right over here. We have our DVOP. So we have someone in-house at the Department of Labor offices, one on St. Thomas, one on St. Croix, and they work specifically with veterans. So you show up, you identify yourself as a veteran, you're offered priority service. And Jerica is here with us today. She's in the corner, so if anyone's a vet, I encourage you to speak with her. We have a website geared towards, or that's focused on allowing people to look for jobs. You sign up for the VIEWS, which is the VI Electronic Workforce System. And this is a resource that's available for employers as well as people looking for employment. There's a lot that happens in there, but that's, for today's presentation, I'll just leave it at that. Job seeker services, spoke to those briefly. You can receive assistance with resume building. We offer mock interviews or interview skill development, job search assistance. When you come in, staff is always more than ready to welcome you. Workshops are ongoing. This is Dolores. I wanted to take a moment to mention, so all is not rosy, right? We deal with, and it's not unique to here, barriers at times. And transportation and childcare are two of our biggest barriers. It's not unique to the Virgin Islands, although maybe we feel like it's just us, but that is absolutely not the case. So Dolores is a mother of two. She is at the tail end of her TANF benefits. The good news is she was recently offered employment. The not so great news, it's a couple of things, right? So she doesn't have a driver's license, and she does not have easy access to transportation. Like, she has to come down and walk quite a distance to catch the bus. The employment she was offered is way on the other end of the island, and she'll be working a shift that runs from 5 to midnight. She doesn't have transportation, and we know with Vitran it goes X amount of distance. If you're taking a taxi, it's going to cost you a bit. She has limited funds. The other biggie for her, and this is where I want to spend some time, is lack of childcare. And this is something parents are dealing with every day. And I'm not going to say it's just women. I'll say caregivers right? So lack of reasonable childcare is proved to be a barrier to employment. It is often prevented talented, and I have here mothers, but I'll say caregivers, from finding desired employment, holding on to their positions, and progressing in their careers. The challenges faced in childcare are obstacles for caregivers who have to take on the responsibility if they are unable to afford childcare for their young ones. And so for millions of parents, it means fewer work hours, leaving their jobs to take care of their child. Okay, we just got through COVID. Well, I guess none of us were at the office, but it's just an ongoing situation. Someone's sick, your child is sick, you have to be home to take care of them. Or reduced pay cut for uneven work hours. I'll say the good news with this is I am now actively engaged and working alongside the governor's workforce development and education policy advisor. And we're looking to bring a solution to the table to address this need. So we look forward to having good news for you about this initiative shortly. I'm not going to offer any more specifics at this time. But I want to take this moment to encourage and indeed challenge employers to proactively seek creative solutions to bridge the gap to fill this barrier. I think if we work together, we can do this. So as I said before, I'm the one-stop operator. I have the 3 C's here. That's how I see my position. I coordinate, I connect, and I convene. So I coordinate. I connect one to the other. So this little guy here, I think he's really cute, I don't know, but he's connecting the dots, and that's what I do every day, all the time. So many of you in here I know, I've worked with you in different capacities, and so I know that there are resources and there are people who have resources who are looking to be able to share them with the public. And I know that there are individuals who need access to those resources. I convene. So on a monthly basis, I meet with our core partners. You saw them earlier, and some of them will be here to speak with you later. So every month we convene. I have some other, meetings coming up down the road for them as we're looking at what's happening with our economy here and how we can mitigate some of the potential impact for what we know is coming. The benefit about being here is that we see what's ahead and we have a moment to prepare usually. Our hours, our locations. Really exciting news is, of course, we're on St. Croix and St. Thomas. And now we are open on St. John. So hours, we suggest you call for an appointment. And I wanted to introduce a special guest. I didn't get to introduce him earlier. Earlier this year, actually it started last year, I ended up working on a project alongside the University of the Virgin Islands, and it was initially going to be an in-person event, but COVID kind of changed this, changed the event. So we ended up creating a virtual Zoom activity because I know that I was Zoomed out. And this virtual experience was designed to be more than just another Zoom hangout. What you're going to see over the next few minutes is the abbreviated version of what took place over several days. I want to thank our board chair for catching the vision of this. He participated. And the UVI staff, personnel, very, very helpful. I need to give a quick shout out to Anaya Lord-Jarris and Mary Myers, St. Croix and St. Thomas UVI staff. They were phenomenal with this. And so the young man you'll see who's featured today was slated to be here. This is when I was going to introduce him and have him come up. He was unable to be with us today because he is now in New York or will be, I guess, in another half hour or so, landing, because he'll be attending the Thurgood Marshall Leadership Conference. So he was selected amongst several hundred students from HBCUs across the country to attend this event. So he left us for that, but I think we're okay. We did manage to grab his remarks prior to his departure, and I think you're gonna be absolutely blown away. So I'm going to roll the footage and
thank you for joining us for day one of tomorrow's Workforce Today. The future is now. University of the Virgin Islands Careers Day.
Good day to everyone. I want to welcome you to this UVI Career Fair. I want to applaud the America Job Center for partnering with our student employment leaders in creating this important day.
Good day. My name is Michael Carty, Chairman of the Workforce Development Board, and I welcome you to the Tomorrow's Workforce Today. The Future is Now Career Fair and Summit.
Good day. I'm Gary Malloy, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. We are here to serve you.
And I think for my last question, every great leader, every person that has ever been in power, past, future, present, always have a magnum opus, a legacy to leave behind. You were a graduate of UVI yourself, and after many positions in the USVI's government, we want to know, in the next 20 years, what do you hope your legacy will be?
I want to be the author of the new Virgin Islands. So I want to be the person that actually rebuilds or builds this new, not only physically structures, economy, a way of thinking, way of doing business for us. And it really is based on education, right? I mean, I always tell people, you know, my old man, my father, is like the greatest inspiration in my life. I mean, my father bathed outside. And he didn't have no indoor plumbing and stuff, you know what I'm saying? And I'm the governor of the Virgin Islands. I sat in the White House. That is an opportunity of education. And it's three things I think. You gotta have, you gotta be blessed to have a good family. You gotta have a strong faith in God. And you have to believe in education. And those three things will carry you a long way, because education is not just about school. It's about the entire learning. And you don't have kids yet, and I hope when you have kids, you understand that you have to raise children, you have to educate them in the world and the way things work and the way that they interpret everything that they see. Having those three things for Virgin Islanders, for young people in the Virgin Islands, there's so much opportunity out there. And it's almost sad sometimes.
Correction, Christiane Malloy.
Good afternoon. So today I wanted to speak to you about what we do at St. Croix Adult Education Center. This is our motto, move ahead with adult ed is what we focus on at St. Croix Adult Education Center. So I am Christiane Malloy. I'm the principal at St. Croix Adult Education Center. I see some of my students are here today as well. Our location, we are located close to the fire station. If you come down between Juanita Gardine and the Department of Health or Charles Howard, you'll find us right there. Our contact number is shown there. It's 713-9118. And we also have an email, STX, Adult Ed Day Program at vide.vi. Could I have the next slide? So we want to welcome you to our fall semester 2022. Next slide, please. I have learned that people would always forget what you say or said. This is one of my favorite sayings from Maya Angelou. And people would often forget what you did, but people would never forget how you made them feel. When we have our adult learners coming back, some individuals have been out of school for sometimes 20 years plus, and coming back to us, we are very, very mindful of how we make them feel when they come back, as they are getting that second opportunity to learn. And one of my favorite people, President Obama, if you're walking down the right path and you're willing to keep walking, eventually you would make progress. So we ask people to kind of make sure that you're sticking to what you are doing. You stay consistent. Individuals come in, and sometimes we have senior citizens with us as well from the Department of Human Services. And those individuals want things to happen quickly, because if you are 60 years old sometimes or 70, you kind of adding up the time, right? And you figure you may not have a lot of time left. So individuals want things to happen now. You know, they want to get their GED now. They want to have their high school diploma now. But we try to tell them, little steps, success is going to eventually come there. Just keep going down that part. Our mission, could I have the next slide? Our mission is really to focus on empowering adults and to advocate for themselves, the families that they have, and also for the community. We focus on literacy. So when individuals come into us, we look to make sure that you could become literate, you could read, write, do some arithmetic, and beyond, and also that you are very digitally literate, because that's what is expected now in today's society. And we try to do that in a non-traditional setting. We offer online, so you could do it virtually. We offer in person. We offer small groups. We offer one-on-one, so that you could be comfortable as you come back into this setting. We want to make sure that you are comfortable when you come in to learn. We want to make sure that we can maximize your literacy, right? So we want to make sure, too, that you are ready for employment when you leave our institution. Obtain the necessary education and skills that's required for this global society that we live in. You have an opportunity to either complete your high school diploma or an equivalent, which would be your GED. Workforce preparation is also important, so we have partnered with the Department of Labor as well. And then we also deal with post-secondary opportunities. UVI have come in and given workshops to our students. We have had the Division of Personnel also give workshops to our students. We want you to be ready when you leave us. What do we expect from you, though? We want you to be ready and open to learn. Be bold to ask questions. We have no shame in adult ed. When you come in there, you ask the questions that you need of your instructors. We don't want you to feel that I asked a question that's going to be embarrassing. No. Be present. And when we say be present, not just show up, but you're paying attention to what's going on so that you could learn a lot of the skills that you may have missed or you need to remember. Be prepared. We expect you to be on time with assignments. These are adults, so we're not taking excuses, right? So we want you to participate actively in class, take risk. I always have this running joke with my students. When I get an opportunity to speak to them, I'm not a risk taker for swimming because I haven't learned to swim as yet. But I expect you to take risk, right? Be ready to try again. Oftentimes when we fail, we don't want to do that. And here comes some of our difficulty when individuals are taking the GED. You know, we have a suggestion for you. Take the pre-GED first, and kind of guide you when we think you are ready to make the next step. Because once individuals have been out of school long, what we have recognized, and the individual take one of the GED tests and didn't pass, it's hard to get them to go back. So you have to be ready to try again. Many of us didn't succeed on our first try. Be ready to communicate your needs. Be ready to collaborate. Remain motivated. That's one of the things, too, that's very difficult for us. It's a challenge because I want to get my high school diploma, I want to get my GED, but I also need to feed my family, and I don't have the funds. So I may start, but then I can't continue because I have to juggle which is more important. Do I feed my family at this time, or do I continue? So you have to believe that the success is near, and as you make successes, you celebrate them, right? Why does learning matter at Adult Ed? We have small class size, one-to-one conferences, we have flexible hours, so you have various programs to choose from. So in the day, we offer everything that we offer in the night. So in the day, we have high school, GED, ESL, computer science, and the high school will cover 20 credits. In the night, we do the same, right? So if you know someone who needs a high school diploma or a GED, an adult, I'm sure many of us in the room may know someone who needs that service. Please share that we exist. I'd appreciate that. So in the afternoon, we have the high school diploma at St. Croix Educational Complex, and we have the GED online, and that's a virtual session. You could go back to the slide that says learning matters to me. I neglected to mention, this is Mr. Bass. He was the salutatorian for 2022 graduation high school. And he's one of our bus drivers. Some of the students may recognize him, you know. He's been a bus driver for years. His wife graduated last year, 2021, and this year he had opportunity, and he was so excited to be in Government House with all the other salutatorians and valedictorians when the governor did have an event for them. So we're really proud of him, and of course you could see he's a well-grown gentleman. So we're really excited for Mr. Bass, and if you meet him, you'll understand how hard he worked to get such accomplishments. Next slide, please. So one of the programs that's very enlightening for me as an individual there, and our teachers as well, is the CSEP. Those are our senior citizens. That's our partnership with Human Services. Human Services give individuals a stipend to come to our program as well. They do 2 days with us, 4 hours each day, and they do the other days at Human Services. These individuals do not miss. They do not. It doesn't matter what weather, and many of them don't drive, but they come in. We have non-readers as well as individuals who can read, and we have an ESL individuals within that as well. So I mentioned the classes that we offered already, so we could go ahead with that. The next slide. The agencies that we partner with, the Department of Education State Office, which is Dr. Lockhart, State Office right next door to my office. The Department of Education District Office uptown in Christiansted. Curriculum and instruction that help us guide what we should be doing, the best practices. CTEC, we have dual enrollment with CTEC. With our students, individuals can take a class with us and take one class with CTEC in the afternoon, and it must be done concurrently. University of the Virgin Islands, Department of Labor, National Guard, we're going to be doing the ASVAB test there as well for our adult learners. Bureau of Corrections, we also serve individuals there. We have online classes for them. We also do testing for them as well. University of Virgin Islands, I spoke about before. And VI Housing Authority, we've been inviting them to send information out to the individuals who they serve as well. So this is what I was speaking about in terms of being a core partner with the Department of Labor and CTEC. I have one young lady in the room, one of my students right to the back, and she's going to be starting her classes next semester. So she's going to be benefiting from CNA at CTEC to be a CNA. So let's celebrate a little bit. So this is what our graduation looks like. This was our 2021 graduates. We had a lot of men in this group as well. I always like to balance it. I think, you know, as quickly as we educate our women, we have to educate our young men as well. So you could see the young lady saying far from finish. So the expectation is when you finish with us, you move on to your post-secondary experiences as well. Let's celebrate. We have our governor with our graduation this year as well. There's 20 graduates we had this year. Looking forward to have many more. At one point, we had 50 plus. So this is the governor enjoying the moment with our graduates as well. These are our CTEC individuals, very proud to get a certificate of attendance, participation, etc. So we make sure we celebrate them as we go along. It's all about celebrating their accomplishments. Next slide, please. We are recruiting, so if you can help us do that, we would appreciate it. We do have incentives for our recruiting for your recruiting efforts, if you can help us, because we know there are over 3,000 individuals without a high school diploma right here on St. Croix. So that's a really, really huge number. That's actually the two high schools combined, plus some of individuals who do not. So we would really, if you know somebody who knows somebody, as some people to say, please tell them that we exist, as I said before. So what I recognize, next slide, is that the fear, that anxiety with our individuals when taking tests. Could I have the next slide? So we brought in a professional to speak to the individuals, to do a workshop with them in terms of test taking and the anxiety that they do have. We have individuals set up a test for this week. They put it off for 2 weeks. They set it up. They put it off, you know. So we brought in someone to talk to them, the students as well, all of us being part of the workshop. I think it was a bit enlightening and really good conversation. So why choose us? These are our teachers. There's a sample of, so our rooms are nicely decorated. Adults have to have nice decorated rooms too. Next slide, please. Why choose us? We have a rich legacy and we have a history. As a matter of fact, St. Croix Adult Education operated before I was born. You know, it was around 1962. Our credentials are recognized worldwide or nationwide, right? Not sure if Australia will take it, but it's a GED. So you could get a GED high school diploma, so it'll be recognized worldwide. You gain skills. You have 4 programs to choose from. We are a provider. We have experienced teachers. And you get to choose 2 of the programs. We waived the tuition for the last 2 years, and this year as well. So you have an opportunity to join us without taking money out your pocket. And we try to do that because of, you know, with the corona, etc. Flexible program at the time, I think is the most flexible program. You have an opportunity to either come in person or virtual or both, or a combination of. And you'll be a graduate, either 2023 or 2024. I appreciate your time. Come learn with us. Join the excitement. As we say at Adulted, we are here to guide you as we are adult learners too. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Lockhart. I'm the Acting Director for the State Office of Career, Technical, and Adult Education. I'm waiting for my slide. Someone just asked me what's the difference between the state office and the district, meaning adult education, Principal Miss Malloy, school. Basically, the state office, we have the money. And since we have the money, we distribute the money to the programs. We have 4 programs on island, which is the Adult Education Day. We have the GED Night. We also have BOC, which is Corrections, and UVI Cell. Sorry, and I forgot another one, which is Church of the Nazarene. And besides distributing the money, we also monitor in terms of how the money is being used. Our theme for this year is Grow Your Mind. Can you go back again? Again. Grow your future, build your mind. That's our theme for this year. Introduction. The One-Stop Partner, which is Adult Education Family Literacy Act. Our office is a certified testing site. We offer all ETS programs, which is the practice, the paraprofessional exam. We also offer the Pearson View, which is students who's trying to obtain the GED, the Certified Medical Assistant Program, CDA, CompTI. We also offer the Scantron exams, which is basically the medical exams, the pharmacy technician, other phlebotomy exams, again, the CMA, and the Health Association program. Next slide. The One-Stop Partner, which is the adult education, is basically a high school diploma preparation. They offer the GED Ready, which is a practice test, and of course, a GED preparation. We also assist adults who are parents or family members to obtain the education and skills necessary to becoming full partners in the education development. We lead to sustainable improvements in the economic opportunities. We assist adults in attaining a secondary school diploma and in the transition in becoming or gaining a skill. As Ms. Malloy stated, they have a dual enrollment program where the adult learners will be obtaining while they're obtaining their GED, they can also attend the post-secondary C-Tech program here on St. Croix, as well as the Raphael Whitley Skills Center in St. Thomas. Post-secondary education and training, including through career pathways, and we assist immigrants and other individuals who are English language learners in the areas of improving their reading, writing, speaking, and communication, comprehension skills in English and math skills. Facts about adult education, family literacy, and the adult education. Adult education benefits the economy with increased tax revenue and productivity and decreased public assistance. Adult education lifts families out of poverty with high salaries, more jobs opportunities, higher savings, and better working conditions. Invest in U.S. adult ed workers. Adult education drives economic mobility for learners and their families. Students who drop out tend to earn less and have a lower quality of life. Adult workplace literacy programs help workers gain new levels of skills and new demands arise. Adult education benefit people. Higher salaries, better job opportunities, higher education, improved work condition, profitable mobility. Health literacy programs raise adults' understanding of medical problems before they become critical, and which equal to medical cost savings. GED scoring. Once our students are basically feel comfortable in taking the GED, they come into our office, but before they come into our office, they register online, they're scheduled to take the test, they come into our office, and they basically take the test, they take the exam. They need to pass 145 GED, which is a passing score, and that 145 must be in all 4 areas, all 4 subject areas. We have math, science, social studies, and language arts. Now, before, as stated in January 2016, the GED test changes scores from pass-fail to 3 different levels. So once they pass and receive that passing score of 145 or higher, they will receive their GED. The 165, if they got better of a score of 165, they're basically college career ready. If they receive 175 or higher, they will earn college credits. Next slide. You have the option to prepare for the GED test. Because of the pandemic, we have basically accommodated our students by having them take the GED at their house. So they have the option. As a matter of fact, there are many exams they can take to be certified in that area, or obtain their GED by taking exams at their home. And if they don't feel comfortable in taking their exams at their home, they can register, schedule, and take the test in my office. Non-core partner. Next slide, please. Which is a career and technical education. Of course, access to all CTE training programs, career counseling, and access to integrated education training opportunities through CTE and adult. And the career clusters, we cater to health sciences, government and public administration, education and training, business management, audio, video, technology, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and information technology, as well as hospitality. Next slide. Next slide again. Our office is located on the campus of adult education, right next to the hospital, and right now our St. Thomas office is condemned, and we will be relocating hopefully in February or March. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All right, good afternoon. This is the VI. We say good afternoon. All right, and welcome to the Governor's Workforce Summit 2022. I'm here to wake you up after your light lunch, right? For all of you out there that got lunch, and I see a couple folks out there that really want to hear about what we're talking about today, so that's why I'm here. I am Marcy Highstand, the project director of Equus Workforce Solutions. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm going to share a little bit about what Equus does on a day-to-day basis, but I'm going to set the expectations for my presentation right away. I cannot follow the governor's goose story, okay? So bear with me. When we leave, you will have an understanding of who Equus is and what we do here in the Virgin Islands. Equus is in 36 states, which now include Puerto Rico and the US Virgin Islands and Canada. 380 locations across North America, and about 3,200 employees at last count. We are North America's most comprehensive workforce services provider. Under the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which we call WIOA, Title I, we are charged with ensuring that U.S. Virgin Islanders have the most information possible to make informed decisions about their future. So WIOA funds the one-stop system that Ms. Christian spoke about earlier today. We have America's Job Center offerings for adult and dislocated workers. We deliver talent to the Virgin Islands. Using our talent delivery model, we focus on both job seekers and employers. Our model is a very individualized approach. We want to ensure that we're guiding our clients down the right career path. And each path is different for each individual. Some go straight, some take a few turns, but we're here at ECWAS to be there for every job seeker and each job seeker's unique needs and wants. So this is our model for connecting with our job seekers. Not as complicated as it looks up there, but again, the focus is individualized connections. Our service delivery to our customer, which is our client, our job seekers that come into the AJC, or the one-stop as we call it, is to at first ensure that we're engaging them. Then we determine their wants and needs. We do that with assessments, which we'll talk about a little bit later. And the assessments are used to understand how we're going to affect change for that individual. We have to understand who that is that walked through our door before we can do anything for them. We have a personalized approach and service planning. What that means is we're in partnership with our job seeker. So when a job seeker comes in and they say, hey, I heard about something on the radio, I went to a job fair, I saw something in the paper, we're working together to make sure that they seize that opportunity if it's the right opportunity, the right time and the right place. We connect our job seekers to opportunities and resources. Ms. Christian did a remarkable job of explaining everything we have under the one-stop system. We have a commitment to success and satisfaction. The end result is job placement and long-term retention. So the first part of our model, we engage our job seeker, and this happens in several different ways. Back to talent engagement, please. Previous slide. We are connecting with job seekers right here and right now. Workshops, job fairs, webinars, ensuring that we're hearing, listening, and understanding what our job seekers need and want. We utilize skilled personnel at ECWAS to help our job seekers. We ensure that they are well trained. So our talent development specialists who work directly with job seekers that walk into the AJC receive certification. And so does our business solutions consultant who works with the employers. And this is just a small list of the things that they're trained in. But on the side here, you see our legacy. And that legacy is our true foundation for working with our clients. The first thing you learn when you become an ECWAS Solutions, Workforce Solutions employee is that you're expected to be a servant leader. This means that we're going to go to the ends of the earth for our employees and our clients. We're people focused. We know our business, and we see all the possibilities. We may have folks that walk in and want training, but they're still needing to find a job. And so we look for opportunities to connect them to what they need while still following their career path. You're in training, that doesn't mean that life stops. There's still needs and wants and families out there that need the job seekers to be employed. We are communicators
and we're an example. The Equus legacy is contagious. We hope that in building this legacy, it trickles down to every client, every employee, every organization, and it becomes a leadership tool for everywhere we go. As I mentioned before, we have a personalized approach to working with our clients. We identify their strengths, and we focus on those, and we build on those. When we have workshops, we spend a lot of time sitting and speaking with our clients to ensure that we're meeting their needs. We've had folks that come in and say, I have nothing to put on our resume, nothing, I have nothing. Okay, well, how you been spending your time? How you been spending your summer? What are you doing? What are your interests? Oh, I worked an internship at Polaris last summer. What? And you telling me you don't have any skills? You've definitely seen inspections, been exposed to equipment, to planning, to meetings. You definitely have something to put on a resume. But that is the kind of individualized exploration we do to ensure that folks are getting out there. We spoke a little bit earlier about our assessments. Some of our job seekers will only need basic services. Access to job leads, tools, technology. Others might need more in-depth services. And so that is where our list of formal assessments come in. And we partner with, for instance, the Department of Education, and they proctor many of the formal tests that you see up there, the formal assessments. The informal assessments are more about the conversation that we're having with our clients when they come in. We literally sit with them, now that we can do that without COVID, thank you. We literally sit down and we say, hey, what is it you're looking for? What can I help you with? And we introduce them to the different training opportunities that are out there. So each participant is seen as an individual. Next slide. We complete the eligibility process, and we enroll for services. We develop our talent. Once we found that they're eligible for WIOA funding, they're in the money, we got it, right? So now it's time to introduce them to CTEC, to UVI-CEL, to Life Skills, to Tang Ho Brothers, and get them on that career path. And ooh, we use technology too. Technology is sometimes a dirty word. I catch myself texting with one finger still instead of swiping, but we need to use technology to get our folks to be qualified for the future. And so we do use a lot of online services, LinkedIn Learning, Google Workspace. Tretify is great for personality traits and figuring out who you are and how you want to enter the workforce, and GED Academy as well. We are using our relationships with our partners to connect to opportunities and resources. So we work with both core and non-core partners to provide a robust network of resources. We have a training facilitator that will go to St. Croix and St. Thomas to conduct workshops. I don't believe Ms. Williams is here today, but she is the face of our training and our resume workshops and interview skill building. And she is just a joy to work with, very excited about training. For employer engagement, which we've talked about a lot today, we cannot do this without the investment of the employer, the investment of time, their vision, their mission, their relationships with their employees. And so we have a business services consultant on each island. And I don't know if fantabulous is a word, but our business services consultants are fantabulous. We have Ms. Kate Freeman, quietly sitting back there looking innocent, like she doesn't make big things happen every day. But she reaches out to our employers on a very personal level to ensure that we're meeting the needs of the community. So in addition to enrolling employers into our Department of Labor system, the BSC focuses on talent preparation as well. And so she prepares our talent for on-the-job training, apprenticeships, job matching, and referrals. People are no longer scared when they hear the Department of Labor is coming. They know that we're going to help them to meet their needs. And finally, as we're running out of time today, I want to ensure that if you leave with anything about Equus Workforce Solutions, is that we are committed to success and satisfaction of our job seekers and our employers. We want to increase employment retention, participant earnings, post-secondary credential attainment, workforce quality, everything that you see there. But what that simply means, it's a big thing, but what it simply means is that we want to change lives here in the Virgin Islands. No one is going to do that for us. So we will partner together and ensure that families have what they need, the living wages that they need, that they can meet their basic needs on a day-to-day basis. What we are doing here, make no mistake, is changing lives in the Virgin Islands. And we need all of you invested in that. So thank you for your time today, and I look forward to working with you as Equus Workforce Solutions and our partners at the Department of Labor. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And let's give another round of applause for all our Virgin Islands Department of Labor partners, Equus, and our core partners and their presentations. As you know, we're just a big tad behind schedule, but we're going to keep this moving. Next, you'll have a panel discussion here. There'll be one on the main stage in the Great Hall, and then ones in the various sections in, I'm trying to read cues from here with a mask on. It's really difficult. I'm good, but I'm not that good. So we're going to pause for this program announcement. Okay. Okay. So we are calling Commissioner Malloy, right, and he was like, today, I'm not sure what they are doing to me today. Come, Commissioner Malloy. We have one more before we go to our sessions. We be flexible.
Good afternoon. I definitely gonna be brief and sum it all up as best as I can. You had an opportunity to see workforce in action, and workforce in action happens in different parts. And the different parts are not only you hear about the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, but you got to hear and see some of the other components for education. You saw adult education, you saw career tech, you saw Equus, which is our partner in helping to pull everything together. I want to be able to, hopefully they can get my one slide up. I'm going to ask the students to stand, because we need you to stand, because we want to be able to try to put this all together to be able to let you see how everything is coming together. Everything is coming together based on what you're learning in education, and the Department of Labor has partnered with the Department of Education, because what we've been looking at is the portrait of a graduate that has been developed in the Department of Education, and what we've been able to do is to tie and match those portraits that you are going through right now through your career in school to the job market, how they relate to the different ONET codes or the different specific skill sets that the employers need. And so what we do is, with all our partners, we're coming together to be able to build this pipeline that allows you to be able to continue your education, interact with different be trained, move through the skills. The whole goal is to create a pipeline that leads to the Vision 2040. There's some of those positions or those industries that we are being forecasting that the Virgin Islands is going to. Agribusiness is a big one that the Virgin Islands UVI has already started blazing the trail. So I want to make sure that you know that there's a place for you, and this is about getting you to be able to see that the workforce system is actually moving, and the Department of Labor is responsible for moving the pendulum. Thank you. So Chairman Carty, please stand from the board, all the board members. It starts with the Workforce Development Board coming together, making policies and and then the core partners are very, very important in terms of making this whole thing come together. So again, I was hoping to get the one slide and the graphic up that would help to visualize what I said very briefly. That kind of pulls employers, education, shows what we're trying to do within education and lead this pipeline that will actually lead to those industries of the future. So again, employers, we help you with informing, attracting, making acquaintances, training and hiring. Education, students, we explore careers. We also make sure you research the specific jobs, job training, education and training, credentials, networking. And then again, everything comes together and we're looking into making sure that we're looking toward the future at some of those industries that has been identified in the Vision 2040. Also, the Department of Labor has some programs that the young people would identify with. The LIFT program, Labor Investing for Tomorrow. That program normally is a summer program. I see Dr. Kevin Dixon here, who was a part of our staff and helped lead that initiative. We have expanded that program now to not only be in the summer, it's going to be in the fall and spring. Also, I don't know if anybody is in the JAG program, Jobs for America's Graduates. So again, I got to ask you to stand one more time because you got to be recognized, because you know that the JAG in the Virgin Islands was recognized for one of the highest awards nationally. So these students are a part of making sure the data that's collected on a regular basis. So because of your great work, the Virgin Islands is excelling in the JAG program. So again, thank you all. And again, that's us trying to just pull things together to let you see that the workforce development system is actually moving, and the Department of Labor is charged with moving the pendulum with all the core partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Okay, so we'll have our keynote panel discussion, Thriving Workforce in the New Norm. I think media has already mic'd everybody up. We're going to take a 2-minute break just to put everybody on the stage, and don't move. And the rest of the lunch is here. Good. Thank you. One moment.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you for the brief break. I've been told the lunch is very good.
When it gets here.
When it gets here. And remember, it always tastes better when it's free. So for those of you who haven't received lunch yet, appreciate your patience. It's coming in waves, and we'll keep giving you alerts when more lunches are served. Please stick around. After this panel discussion, we'll have our final concurrent sessions of the day. So if you're a panelist or moderator, please stick around. We are staying on schedule, albeit a little behind. Okay? Right now, if you're looking at your schedule, it's the 12:45. Don't look at your watch. It's the 12:45 panel discussion, which is thriving workforces in the new norm. And our moderator will be Commissioner Encarnacion from the Virgin Islands Department of Health. Our panelists will be Dr. Christian, who is the owner of Neighborhood Pharmacy, also Nisha Christian Hendrickson, the Assistant Commissioner and Legal Counsel for the Department of Labor, and Michael Carty, who you've met earlier today, the Chairman for the Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board, as they will discuss how managers, leaders, human resource people, supervisors, et cetera, at employers can more effectively build connections with their teams by learning the best practices for doing so. So without further ado, unless there's anything Aisha needs to add, or have I taken over at this point?
Let me just introduce our moderator.
Yes.
I have the pleasure of introducing our moderator, Justa Tita Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Department of Health. She's known as Tita and is a proud product of the U.S. Virgin Islands. She was born and raised in St. Croix. She earned her Associates of Arts degree in nursing from the then College of the Virgin Islands, followed by a bachelor's degree in science in nursing from Barry University. Later, she had her MBA with a certification in healthcare management from the University of Felix. She did all those wonderful stuff educationally and then returned home, which we want everybody out there watching and viewing to do, to the Charles Harwood Memorial Hospital, where she began her nursing career in pediatric nursing. She continued her career in Cleveland, Ohio, before she came back to the Virgin Islands to work at the Wong F. Louis Hospital. Very good. Then the commissioner transitioned to do work in outpatient world as a practice administrator for the Pediatric Care Center and Acute Alternative Medical Center. On January 22nd, 2019, Ms. Encarnacion was appointed the commissioner nominee for the Virgin Islands Department of Health and sworn in her position on June 16th. Even though this role required a shift in focus from inpatient care to public health service, that is where her love is. She embraces and respects the responsibility that comes with her appointment. Our moderator, Ms. Justa Tita Encarnacion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We speak about COVID quite a bit, right? And we all became very creative during COVID. We did things we never thought we would do. It also happened with our leadership style. True? We allowed different changes. We did virtual meetings. My assistant commissioner, Ruben Malloy, was pushing us to do virtual trainings for 2 years prior to COVID. And we were fighting him. But we were one of the few ones who were able to just jump right on Teams because we had to practice. And so one of the things that we're going to speak about today, we actually have 3 very versed leaders. And how did they cope during COVID? But not just that. How did they cope on an ongoing basis? Because we have so many challenges ahead of us when we hire someone. How do you plan to hire? Who do you hire? How do you incorporate who you hire into your team? And we can go on and on and on. One of the things that you hear us talk about is multi-generational working environment. Because someone mentioned before, you come into work right after you graduate, sometimes in high school, and then you meet someone, or let's say right after you graduate from college, and you are actually the leader of the team, but you're working with someone who's 70, close to retirement, but you are the leader, so how do you deal with that? So I'm actually we spoke yesterday for a little bit, I thought a very interesting and exciting conversation, but I really want, before I ask the question, I think it's important for the general public to hear a little bit more about you. And I'll start with Dr. Christian. I have to tell you that I walked into your neighborhood pharmacy not too long ago, and I left talking to them to tell them, please tell her, this is so beautiful, because you have done so much, but it's not just the infrastructure, but it's the people. So tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do.
I own Neighborhood Pharmacy. I started out, we opened in 2015, so this is year 7. Started off with a staff of 4, now I actually have 30. So it's been great progress and a lot of learning, and I still continue to learn. Even up to last week, something came up and I was like, how in these 7 years I didn't know that I wasn't doing this? So it's just constant learning. You just continue to learn new things, learn how to interact with your team, with the community, and you just adapt.
But one thing you said yesterday, right, is that you speak to them.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So this year, I don't know if you guys, I read a lot. So I read a book called 12-Week Year. And in the book, it talks about how you have, in the beginning of the year, you have all these goals. And by October, you're looking at it and it's like, geez, I ain't do none of these. So they have you break it up in quarters. So I decided to do that with my team. So they got to pick two personal goals and 2 goals for Neighborhood Pharmacy. So the beginning of the year, I sat with all 30 of the employees. We went through what their goals are. Some of them were interested in buying a house, budgeting. So then I looked to the community to see who could come in and talk to them about how I could budget, how can I buy my first home. So I think, once I know what they need, then I have the ability to help them to reach their personal goals, which will help them help our patients and the community.
Good. Excellent. So you didn't just look at professional goals, you helped them with their personal goals as well. Now, being a pharmacist and running a pharmacy, you were constantly exposed to COVID.
Yes.
Constantly. Because I used to say, if there's any place that needs to wear their mask, plus I know that nobody is here, very few wearing their mask. I have to tell you guys, I still have a fear, okay? Being in a room and myself. So trust me, it's still there.
I had my mask on. My daughter was like, do not go on the stage with that.
Okay, so tell us, what did you do differently during COVID?
The height of COVID, when COVID first came out, when we didn't know what was happening, I did close the doors for a while, and I had the patients, because we do free delivery, so we can't come to the store, but we could come to you. We had a timer, so every 5 or 10 minutes, the timer would go off and everybody would go wash their hands. We still wear our mask behind, they still come in. When you come in, you still have to wear your mask. So I did have, because when school stopped, I did have 2 employees that I was able to transition to work at home, so they would be able to go with their small kids. I know we think about how the heck you do that as a pharmacy, but we were able to figure that part out so they wouldn't, lose any benefits or any of their money, and they were still able to help the pharmacy from home.
A lot of what you speak about is just simply caring.
Yes.
Simply caring. Mr. Cardi,
yes.
Actually happy to meet you face to face.
Same here, same here.
For sure. I know, the chair of the VI Workforce Development Board, but you do more than that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, well, I'm the CEO of SmartNet and Alliance Data Services. I've been in business independently myself since 2007. In 2008 and 9 is when I had a major opportunity to go back and acquire the company that I started in technology with, which was Comtech. For me, a lot of things that we are discussing here now and we discussed yesterday, they didn't come immediately. I went from being a technician to then being an owner, to then having to be a leader. So I had to evolve from being a survivor to being a leader. And those things don't always come by default. You know, some of the times I am so motivated and by where I'm coming from and how far I've gotten that I expect everybody around to realize the same. But it's not the case. Many times you have to let them know the goals that you set for yourself, the goals that you set for the company, and motivate them forward. And that didn't come to me immediately in my first few years of business. I just expected everybody to know, look, we're against the world and we need to push this forward, you know? And one thing that I do is try to connect with my staff. And, you know, fortunately, most of my staff is younger. So you mentioned multi-generational staffs. I mean, most of my staff, the oldest staff member I have is 45. Everybody else is younger.
Yeah.
And most of those individuals come from the environments that I come from. You know, they didn't have a easy opportunity to say go to college. They didn't have an easy opportunity, some of them, to even finish high school. However, what it did have is someone like myself who understood the complexities of technology and was able to break it down for them in the form of a trade. So even though about 80% of my staff doesn't have degrees, 80% of them have land, own a home, and are in progress to do that right now. So anybody that's been with me at least for 5 years have land, already built a home, already purchased a home.
Tell us about that. They didn't just
No, they didn't
get
just,
a land, right? Okay.
No, because I went through the process myself. When I purchased my first home, after moving out of the 2-bedroom apartment that my mom and myself and my niece lived in, I saw how complex it was. Now, I'm somebody that, you know, at the time, been in business, I have an accountant, I have lawyers, people there to support me in this process, but it almost seemed like it wasn't for me. So going through that and realizing that this is not an easy process for me, imagine somebody that would have saved up their last to purchase a home going through this maze of a problem. So what I did is I extended my resources to those staff members who were interested. I even partnered with the Housing Finance Authority to do a focused, customized training for my staff to teach them the ins and outs of home ownership, buying land, etc. And out of that, immediately after the program, one member of my staff got a home on St. Croix from the HFA developments. Another one repaired their credit and a year later bought their home. And everybody's doing the same thing right now. And again, these are folks that came up similar to me. And now, by having this leg up or this leg forward, their kids don't have to worry about not being able to go to college.
Yeah.
Their kids don't have to worry about, you know, mommy and daddy not being able to afford certain things in life. And in addition, their kids have grown up seeing their parents with a boss or a leader that looks exactly like them. So all of these things connect me with, you know, my staff and my team and helping them move forward, sharing my stories with them. I mean, again, most of us come from the same environments. And
no matter how we may look similar, but there is always something different.
Correct.
And so that's something that we all, and we don't know who have what. We don't know who experienced what they're going through today. We spoke about that a bit yesterday.
Correct.
You know, somebody come into the pharmacy, they may be just diagnosed with cancer. Right. And so we have to understand how to react to them. So you may think that they come from the same environment, but you don't know what's happening in their homes,
Right.
true? But what you said is that you speak with them and you get that information from them and you can care for them individually. So both of you actually spoke to educating your staff, caring about your staff, and showing them how they can progress personally and professionally.
Correct.
Now, you also run a IT industry.
Correct.
Now, during COVID, we relied heavily on IT, right?
Yep.
Okay, so how did you do anything differently during the pandemic?
Well, to be honest with you, a lot of the frameworks that my staff and I used to recover from the storms of 2017 are similar frameworks and infrastructures that we used for COVID. Because remember in 2017, people was totally separated, no communications, working either from home or any place they could get a connection. And that same game plan is kind of how we approached COVID as well. From a business perspective, business was good because everybody now was either trying to move towards the cloud, trying to move towards working remote, teleworking, and so forth. Those things we ramped up on during COVID, and it really expanded the business. In addition, we had a lot of time to focus in on trainings that when you're running and gunning every day, you don't have the time to settle down and say, you know what, let's become an expert at this, let's focus on that. And so it gave us that breathing room to focus, and also gave us a foundation to expand the business.
Excellent.
Because of all the need.
Good. Now, one of the things you say, you can't always rely on an attorney or deal with, right? But we have one right next to you. So, Nisha, Attorney Christian, you work with Department of Labor. What's your title? What do you do? Tell us about you.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nisha Christian Hendrickson. My current capacity, I am the Assistant Commissioner, as well as I also serve as the legal counsel for the Virgin Islands Department of Labor.
I'm sorry I forgot the Hendrickson, because your father is somebody that I love.
That's
so,
no problem. I answer to both. So a little bit about me. I'm from St. Croix. My parents are both a big part of this community. In my previous life, I was a public defender, so I'm an attorney by trade. And I use all of the experiences, both in my time at the court and my time at the public defender's office, into my current role as assistant commissioner and legal counsel.
Yesterday you spoke about the whys, right? So tell us a little bit about what are your whys, more so important, how do you speak with the people that you work with and try to help them identify what their whys are?
So one of the whys that I have that's very core to me is making sure that the Virgin Islands progresses. I really truly believe that there's nothing else that we can do that is different than other people. So for example, I went to law school in Vermont. The town only had 200 people and didn't even have a street light. And I saw things that they were doing there that I said, oh, we could do this at home. So when people say it can't be done here, I don't believe them. We have all the talent, we have all the commitment, we have all the drive right here in the territory. So one of my whys is making sure that we kind of develop that, make that bloom in, of course, the local workforce in our building, but also in our community. One of the ways that we do that is by changing the culture. So we speak a lot about it on our senior team, about the culture that we have in our office and about the culture we want to develop. We recently are working on a new vision, which is to protect, improve, and employ. Everyone,
again?
To protect, improve, and employ everyone in the Virgin Islands. Everybody gets a piece of the pie. We really, truly believe that.
You know, she told us that yesterday, that she was, that she was gonna come here and tell us what the vision was, and none of us asked her. We all wanted to, but say it again.
So protect, so the P for pie, I for improve, and E for employ. So we're going to be doing that. That's part of what our new vision is in the Department of Labor.
Okay.
Another part of our new culture is that we have certain values. And that's one of the things we talked about yesterday, too.
Yeah, that's right.
So our values are, 1, to be customer-centric. 2, to be open, to have openness. The next one is integrity. Having integrity when no one is looking, when you got to wake up at 7 or 6 or 5 is really important in how we have a new culture, not only in our office, but in the territory. And then the A is accountability. So if I can hold, not just myself, we talked about this yesterday, peer-to-peer mentorship. If I can say to you, Chairman Kati, you're messing up today. I need you to pull it up. That's important because we can't always have the leader say that. It has to be a peer-to-peer relationship.
We spoke about that, yes. One of the things we spoke about also is that in order for him to be, Mr. Carty, to know what is it that he messed up on, he has to know what the purpose of what he's doing is.
Very much
so we spoke about making sure that everyone knows, and I'm a big believer in that. What I say is that in order for you to pass the test, you need to know what the test is. You need to know exactly what the expectation is, right? Yes. So that's basically what you're saying.
Yes. We have to know the expectations, explaining to the staff what done looks like. What are you, because you might have one vision in your head. The staff might have a different vision. So really explaining the process from beginning to end about what done, what right looks like is important.
So not just what done look like, but what done looks like when done right.
Correct.
And we spoke about the difference between follow up, because I could follow up on something, but do I follow through on it? Do I make sure that it's done? Okay, and I know that we're running short of time. So one of the things that I want you to do is tell best in terms of best practices. You spoke about it a little bit, but if each of you could tell me what would you look at as being your best practice in securing one, good employees, and producing from yourself better leaders, because it's not just you as a leader, because they learn from you, you know. They learn the good, they learn the bad. We want to make sure we exemplify the good leader portion of it. So what would your best practice be?
Okay, well, I can start. So I'll start with the good employee, and then I'll go with the best practice. So one of the things we're doing in terms of building this relationship is looking for employees or working with employees to develop 3 qualities: that they're hungry, that they're humble, and that they're smart. I don't mean book smart. I mean they're smart with people and how to interact. So if you have a hunger for the job, you want to get it done, you are pushing, that you're humble. You don't have to always have the credit, but you can be able to share it, and that you're smart about how you work with people. If you meet at least 2 of those qualities, you can hire them. If they have none, you might want to pass. So those are some of the things we look at. In terms of best practice, one of the things that I'm very grateful for, especially working for Commissioner Malloy, is that we communicate with the team. So we have quarterly meetings, we have weekly meetings. You have to communicate. I may think that you know, but unless I tell you, you're not going to know. So one of the best practices, I would say, is communication, communication, communication.
Okay, and I have to say that this morning, you know, one of the things the governor said is making sure that you communicate as well. Don't wait for somebody to communicate with you. And I have to say that I was so pleased to see a lot of the students walking around this morning after the governor spoke out when we broke, and you were all around communicating for yourself. So very, very proud of you. Mr. Cardi?
Well, what I'll say is this, and this is a bit of advice to the students, to potential business owners, current business owners, and government employees, is one of the main things that you have to do is document your processes. You know, many of us have businesses, and you come in, and what you do is what this person next to you tells you. And you have to stick right next to them all the time and train with them, remember everything they say, which is nothing's wrong with that. But if what they're telling you isn't documented step by step, you could never take that and run with it on your own. And as a business owner, you could never easily scale your business if the processes aren't outlined. How do you know if things are taking too long? How do you know if you can shorten the time it takes to execute something unless you document the processes? And once you do that, then you have the breathing room in an organization to communicate, to talk, to get to know them, to see where they're coming from, because you ain't spending all your time and energy just telling them what to do, what to do, what to do. No, that's documented. You could read it, you're ready to go, you good. What else going on with you?
Now, there's another benefit to that too, because people leave.
Exactly.
And as we said before, you want to retain, but there's sometimes it's okay to say goodbye, and sometimes it's okay for that person to make a decision to say goodbye as well. So if you have policies and procedures, someone new coming in, it's a benefit to them.
Yep.
Dr. Christian?
For me, when I'm looking for a good employee, I gotta tell everybody, like, I can train you in whatever, but I need you to have that positive attitude that somebody talked about it earlier, that bubbly, hey, hi, can I help you? Also the empathy, because we deal with a lot of patients. So when I'm interviewing someone, like, those are the things that I look at. Like, I throw away the questions because you've already passed 2 interviews and I'm the last one, so we're not asking. We're having a conversation. How do you deal with this? How do you deal if a patient comes to you and says this? Those are the things that I look for.
And choosing the right person.
Yes.
Because it's not, you can't do it by yourself. It's a
Correct.
team approach. And I think that you know, Commissioner Malloy, you have definitely developed a team approach to leadership and guiding your staff to do the same thing. And I have to tell you though, you know, going back to the beginning and when we first speaking, I was gonna ask somebody to put on some music because we were supposed to be speaking to you after lunch and we wanted to wake you up. So I want to take the time to thank you for bearing with us before lunch. and because, you know, you kind of worry about making sure that you keep everyone's attention, but you guys did an awesome job. So thank you for being part of the panel. And thank you, Commissioner Malloy, and your team for allowing us to be here with you today. So thank you all.
Let's put our hands together again for thriving workforces in the new norm. Those were excellent nuggets of wisdom. Moving right along. I'm going to tell you about the concurrent sessions that are going to be happening in the various rooms. Right here, so before I tell you what's going to be going on, we're going to take a break for 2 minutes. I'm looking for hand signals. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. Thank you. We're going to take a 2-minute break.
And very, very happy to be the moderator for this panel because, you know, oftentimes we hear a lot about veterans and we never get a chance to really meet and appreciate what you have done for us and as well as how you have been able to transition back from military back into regular civilian duties. And so one of the opportunities with the Department of Labor, we have to service our veteran population. And so one of the key things about this panel is to get to hear from veterans and to get to know a lot about information about them, about what they do, how they do it, and what kind of skills that you would need to get back. Well, with me here today, I have some very, very important panelists. I'll start with none other than the Brigadier General. I'll ask you to say a few words and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself, the extent of the military service, and what service you're in.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here, and then thank you for the time. My name is Kojo Noxenbacker, Major General Kojo Noxenbacker. I was born and raised here in the Virgin Islands, went to the public school system, and I graduated in 1989 from St.Croix Central High School. I went off to Georgia Military College. After that, joined the Georgia Guard as an infantryman, airborne infantryman, and then turned around and went back to college and finished up and got a commission in the regular Army as a helicopter pilot, which translated later on as a intelligence airplane pilot, and have served now 30 years total in the service, 25 years of active duty. I did retire and become a veteran. I'm also a disabled veteran that came back and continued to serve. And so overall, it's just a great opportunity to be here with you today, Gary, to discuss how veterans can work into the workforce, why it's important to hire one, and where we go from here.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's go to Mr. Bill Matheny.
Yes, thank you. Well, thank you for the invitation. I also am honored to be here to be able to join you today to talk about hiring veterans and how to bring them back into the community and the job force. I went into the military at 18, and 26 years later, finished up in the Army. I was a son of a Marine and grandson of a sailor. 2 of our 3 kids have decided to go in the military, and between the different generations, we've had people doing criminal investigations, flying helicopters, serving in the infantry, serving as EOD, explosive ordnance disposal, and one getting ready to go into become a physician's assistant for the Army. So all these different opportunities that military service gave to our family that we've benefited from. And yet, I would highlight earlier, we heard mention, one of our panelists said, you know, when you go to law school, you sort of think you have to be the son or daughter of a lawyer or a doctor. That's not the case with the military, which is what makes it really cool, that it doesn't have to be a family legacy. It can be anybody who's eligible to go in and serve and come out with some great skills and experiences.
Thank you, Bill. And we have a surprised guest for us because we had originally would have had Director Patrick Farrell, Director of Veterans Affairs. And so we have Ms. Jerica Herrera with us. Jerica, tell us a little about yourself.
My story is a little different. I was at-risk youth, and the military opened a lot of opportunities for me. I joined when I was 19 years old. I'm also a single mom. And I was at 46 Quebec, a journalist. And I did probably like 4 years in the military when I became disabled, and I decided to pursue a career in social work. So I have a bachelor's in social work, and I've been working for the past 8 years now with veterans and their family. So I'm back home, and I'm just here looking forward to give back to my community.
Okay, thank you. So let's start. The branches of the military, let's see where we have represented. Kojo, let's start with you, General.
Army.
Army?
Army.
Army.
Army. I know that Administrator Sanders is looking at this and saying somewhere, go Navy, right?
Yeah. Go Army, be Navy.
So tell us a little bit about your role and responsibilities as a general, and what do you do?
Okay, it's kind of interesting. So as an adjutant general here in the Virgin Islands, I'm responsible for the both Army and Air National Guard men and women who are here. I got one of my high-speed Air Guard recruiters in the back, so you need to go back and join. But overall, it's looking up and out. So my job is to make sure I look up and out strategically to see what the requirements are of the National Defense Strategy, the National Military Strategy, and how we best prepare our soldiers and airmen to fight and win our nation's war. That's our number one our priority within our nation is for us to do that. There's a secondary piece of that as a National Guard is we're part of the community here. So we answer to the governor, we support the requirements. We're never an emergency support function, but as Director Joshin, who's in the audience, knows, when he calls on us, we help support much of those functions. So there's a secondary role that the Guard plays, and under Title 32, it's a unique role that only the Guard can play and not the active component. So every single day, my concern is what's going on globally, that I have to send our men and our men and women to go to war to defend the nation. And also what's going to happen here locally when I look to the east of us and look at hurricanes and other all hazards that may come down that we have to respond to. So day to day is kind of watching both the federal and the local requirement, making sure there's a strategic requirement globally, and then there's one here locally that answer to the Department of Defense and the President in that role, and answer to the governor and the local community here in the other role.
Good. Bill, what do you do? What is your role and responsibility?
Well, like you, with the Department of Labor here in the Virgin Islands, at the U.S. Department of Labor, it's a pretty wide-ranging role and responsibilities across the nation for the workforce. Within it is the Veterans Employment Training Service, an agency that's totally focused and the lead agency for federal government to focus on veterans and getting them into employment, good jobs, staying in those good jobs and protecting their employment rights. So what we and vets do is start not at the time when they're out of the military, but well before. You know, the Department of Defense produces 200,000 veterans every year. And every one of those has this really unique opportunity. Imagine deciding to do a career change and having your current employer say, you know what, we're going to help you make that career change, and we're going to give you a week-long series of seminars to make it even easier for you. That's what we do for our service members. And for the Department of Labor's portion, what that means is we provide them some training and classes on how do you manage the employment piece of that. So we really invest in them, make sure they're ready to go, and have the tools to come back to the communities and start their new careers. That's just one of the things that we do. We also provide grants to states and territories to provide resources for amazing people like you're getting ready to hear about shortly to work specifically with veterans who have significant barriers to employment. So they get case managed and do exactly what they need. And then a couple of pieces I would highlight, you know, the soldiers and airmen in Virgin Islands are volunteers. We don't have a draft anymore, and the reason is because they can do their service and come back to their work not fearing that their job's in jeopardy to serve our country. Well, there are laws that make sure that's true, and so we also help to make sure those laws are clear and that those service members and employers understand how to apply them. And then lastly, we are big cheerleaders for helping get employers linked up with service members and veterans. And so we promote, and I can't wait to tell you more about that. So that's what we do in VETS.
Thank you. And Jerica, please tell us a little bit about what you do within the Virgin Islands Department of Labor.
So I am a DVOP, that stands for Disabled Veteran Outreach Program Specialist, and we provide individualized career services for our veterans, but we don't only work for our veterans, but we also work for our veterans' employer, and then that's just facilitating and coordinating and making sure that veterans are ready to enter the workforce. So there's a variety of different services that we provide, but I'll say this much. The goal is to be able to have the support, the community support, in making sure that our veterans can become employed and we can retain those veterans. So that's what I'm here for.
Thank you. You know, in my discussions with Director Farrell, there's about 8,000 veterans in the territory. And so that's a large pool throughout the territory. And so we know that there's going to be a lot of opportunities within the workforce that we would need to be able, we're going to have to draw on all our different population segments to be able to help with our recovery efforts and to fill the vacancies that we have. So let's start. I'll open it up to anybody on the panel. What are some of the things that you would recommend for a veteran that's trying to, one, find a job in their area, and some of the things that that you would recommend, and some of the programs or opportunities that might be at the National Guard, through the U.S. Department of Labor, or through the local Department of Labor?
Okay. Well, one good thing is, as you know, from an Army National Guard standpoint, by itself, there's only 150 occupational skills that they can actually come in and do. So
only 150?
Only 150. Back then it was about 300. So as they come in and they look at that, no matter what service they come from, they can come back home, serve in the civilian sector while continuing to serve in the Guard and Reserve. And so when they do that, what they're allowing themselves to do is continue to develop, continue to actually build leadership skills, and continue to serve once called in the community. The unique thing I think that people often ask, why should I hire a veteran? And I look at them and say, why not? Why not hire someone who has core values that are actually going to make your particular corporation, your particular company do better? We talked about loyalty earlier, so when we talked about the core values of the Army alone, and we start talking about the loyalty, the actual ability to be loyal to a company and its mission and its values, and also looking at that respect, that level of respect they'll give while they're working for your corporation. And then the selfless service. They're going to show up every day, they're going to work hard, and they're going to make sure they continue to honor your particular mission within your agency. And then we start talking about, the integrity and then the personal courage and some of those things that are there. These are things that every employer looks for within their particular organization. And so they just continue to look at, this is a reason why you should hire a veteran. They're going to actually show up, do the job. They understand, one, there's a uniform. If it's McDonald's, the military, or Amazon, they have a corporate image. They understand what that means. They're also going to understand performance. I'm not just getting paid for attendance. I get paid to perform, right? There's a level of discipline, and it's discipline initiative we talked about. Well, you want someone who's going to take initiative, but you want to be disciplined, do the right thing when no one's looking. So I think those values come with every veteran, no matter what service they serve. When they come to your particular community or your particular company, these are things that they bring with them, and you don't have to teach them that. The biggest key is they're actual versatile. They can learn anything, and they understand with the right attitude that they can gain the aptitude to learn and develop and produce the effects that you want.
We heard a lot about attitude today earlier. Give me the person with the right attitude and we will train. Yep. And that's been the consensus with the employers that when we've done the surveys throughout the territory. So Bill, anything to share?
Well, I really like the list that you shared. And as we heard about the types of people that an employer wants to bring on and saying things like, we can train them to do our jobs. We want the right kind of person that is smart, that is curious, that is humble. Sounds like soldiers and airmen and sailors and Coast Guardsmen to me. I think as well, it's important to recognize that these are problem solvers. And there was a time when it might have been the way we might have thought about it is, it's the right thing to do, your duty to hire a veteran because of their service. I would say we can make a pretty strong case that it's a good business decision to hire a veteran because of what they bring to the table. It's also important to recognize that there are some other old, outdated, inaccurate stereotypes out there about veterans. Are veterans mindless order followers? I don't think so. What about those disabled veterans? They can't work for you, can you? You're looking at 3 of them right here. So be careful as you're looking around trying to find who is it I'm bringing on. You're already getting a package that's a person that's already been pre-screened just to get into the military, invested heavily in to train, and now they're laid at your doorstep. And so I think it's a really easy fit for many of these veterans to come and join your teams.
Yeah, well said.
So let's double down a little bit on disabled, because again, when we think disabled, we think more physical, right? And so, talk about a little bit more about that program and in terms about what happens
with veterans and what support is involved for veterans that are disabled. And I can start with Jerica in terms of what happens with the Virgin Islands Department of Labor.
So the Department of Labor, what we do is we find eligible veterans, and eligible veterans for our program can be anywhere from 18 to 24 years old. The disabled ones, we have incarcerated veterans, the ones who just transitioned from the military or who've been unemployed. And what we do with our veterans is we work individually with them, and we provide them several services. We have comprehensive services, assessment, we do individual counseling, group counseling, career readiness, we do supportive services, and I hit a lot supportive services. Why? Because my job is to get my veterans them ready to be, into the workforce, right? How can I get them ready if they're homeless, if they don't have food? So we have partnership with different nonprofit and government agency, and we collaborate where we provide veterans with housing, financial assistance. We do referral for SNAP program. If they need further counseling that I'm not able to provide, we also do that. And the goal with that is to be able to get them ready. A lot of the veterans that come into our center, I will say they receive a lot of that stigma from the community, and to me it's sad because I was one of those veterans. And it's like, wow, I got all this, advanced training, I have so much to offer, but why I can't land a job? Why are they looking at me like I'm about to blow up this building? They feel like, oh, I have this veteran has PTSD, so no, a lot of the times that's not the case, and my job here, along with the business team, is to be able to advocate, encourage employers to hire veterans because of what they bring to the table and how much they can benefit from them, but also to help us reintegrate them to our community, because it's tough out there for them. I would say this, there's a lot of programs that Department of Labor offer. I would say the Work Opportunity Tax Credit, that's something employers can take advantage of. Apprenticeship program as well. And you did some perks with it, as well. But I think that's some of the challenges that the veterans are experiencing. There's not much opportunity for them, and I know it's there, but we just got to work together as a community.
So I just really love the way you describe the wraparound services, and that you don't feel like you have to do it all yourself. And so we at Department of Labor Vets also really invest in our strategic partnerships. And if you were here today, our good friend from the VA would also describe the many benefits that are available to veterans through the VA. That includes their GI Bill, right? So if you're looking to hire somebody and wondering, are you going to have to pay all the training dollars? Maybe not. Maybe it's already comes with this package of veterans, these benefits they've earned. What about a veteran who has a disability and wants to get some vocational rehabilitation dollars? Some of them come with that. And so between federal, state, local, and all the different services we provide, there's a lot out there, and that's where our experts here, like our DevOps, are able to bring it all together. So the veterans don't have to know all this, nor do the employers. That's our job as the professionals.
And thank you for making that. So in terms of the connections, some of the other agencies, human services is key. Mm-hmm. They help with housing, they help with the SNAP and the TANF programs. Any others?
Yes, we also have teamed up with MTOC and...
Who's MTOC?
They're a nonprofit, and they provide they have a contract with the VA, and they provide services for veterans who are homeless or experiencing financial challenges. So They have a great team over there in St. Thomas. They have an office here as well. So that's what I do with my veterans that are experiencing homelessness. I link them with them, and we put together an individualized employment plan. We make sure that your basic needs are met first, and then we work with resume, and we do mock interviews. You know, I bring in other individuals, equals, they're there also to assist them. So it's a multidisciplinary team that we have that help veterans.
So so what advice would you have for a veteran looking for work right now? What would we say? Well, what was the first step? What would we recommend that they do?
I would say they be persistent and don't ever feel that you're not good enough. That there is help, there is resources out there, and come see me.
And support.
Yes.
So from the National Guard perspective, in any programs or anything that we haven't mentioned?
Yeah, when you look at certain things, so we have two programs. One's Youth About Face that we target the young population that are at risk, right? But when they get beyond that, they go to Forward March, and they connect to the Department of Labor system, and it helps them make the transition. So if you're anyone coming, whether you're a veteran or a regular citizen, and you want to say, these are things I need to do to get to the next level, you know, how do you interview? How do you write a resume? How do you dress? And I think a lot of people don't understand, and I was talking to some of the young folks this morning, you know, Harvey Coleman talked about pie for success. And then we talked about it, and he's like, what do you mean by that? Well, productivity, according to that chart, is only 10% of your success. I, which is image, is 30% of that pie. Do I look, speak, act, and deliver whatever the employer wants me to look like to be hired for that organization, whether it's Walmart, the military, Department of Labor? And then the biggest thing is 60% is exposure. We call it networking, who you know, but in that exposure, there's also an endorser, those folks who are gonna hire you. And so what we have to make sure for a lot of veterans when they come out is you have to articulate what you did in the military to a resume that actually translates to that job in the actual world. For example, we're both pilots. You're looking at an Apache pilot. So someone who flies an Apache is about $65 million aircraft at its lowest end, and that young lieutenant is responsible for about 20 people. So you have a few of those aircrafts, a couple $100 million, and they get out in 6 years. So when they look at what they've done for their careers and the responsibility, the amount of money and equipment they're responsible for, but then they have to articulate that into, I want to come work for your agency and run your small fleet of trucks that may be in totality 8 million, employees 7 people, your location here locally, and we had that pilot globally executing the nation's requirements. And so that's how they have to be able to translate that. Our nurses, as well as our communications and cyber teams, all those folks, they touch and feel and integrate into a system that's at the highest levels of our security, and they have to be able to bring that back to your VIA and to your local AT&Ts and so forth, and be able to translate that resume. And there's programs that helps them translate that. And you have a phone in your hand, like everyone else in here, Google. If you don't know it, just Google. Ask, how do I get a job in the Virgin Islands Veterans Affairs? Who is my point of contact? If I'm going to West Virginia, if I'm going to DC, those things, they do very well. But I've seen some young people and old parlay their skills very clearly in a one page, bottom line up front, what's my qualifications, what I'm willing to do or where I'm willing to go, and why you should hire me.
And how your skills translate.
How your skills translate.
So when you Google, you're going to find the Division of Veterans Affairs, you're going to find National Guard, you're going to find the U.S. Department of Labor, and you're going to find the Virgin Islands Department of Labor locally in terms of those resources.
Correct.
So the pilots, so how did you transition? How did you guys transition?
Yeah. Well, you've done it a couple times.
Yeah, so I've kind of cheated, right? So I actually left the military as an infantryman, and the translation for that was there was not a lot to translate to. My job was to jump out of the airplane and move and close the enemy in close combat and win and fight our nation's wars. doesn't translate very clearly to a regular job, right? So I was a busboy, a cook, and jackhammer parking lots when I went to college. Real story. Then I joined it, so I figured out very clearly I need to go back and get a degree. My GI Bill paid for my psychology degree. I went and got a psychology degree, and someone bet me I couldn't pass a flight test, which is the Army's aptitude test. I took the test, surprisingly passed, and then continued the process. So I went on a journey from being a helicopter pilot, running through signing in Italy, flew throughout Norway, Austria, and as well as Germany and a few other places, and then parlayed that once again into becoming an airplane pilot, and then ended up going to some really unique places around the world, you know, Bosnia, Kosovo, Macedonia, and all the unique places, as well as some nice places too. And then at some point, the Army is a learning organization, like most of the militaries, and they said, hey, you're going to make you an intelligence officer. And so then I went back to school again and became an intelligence officer, and got exposed to a whole new world I never thought about or never seen. And I got spread across the world, helping ensure that our national military strategy supports our national defense strategy, and flying our unique capabilities for a lot of our three-letter agencies in the world, as well as what the military had. And I woke up one day and it's been 25 years. Wow. It went by like that. And I realized I had been to more countries than I can imagine. With my whole career, I only had Antarctica and Australia was the two continents I had not been on. Everywhere else I've been. And then I called home to say, hey, where can I help and how can I help? And so at that point, I was going to retire, go work for industry, as we say, become a dirty contractor. And I've been flying to unfriendly skies because I was going back into a war-torn country to fly. I called home and said, hey, how can I help? Came back as an advisor. And then, of course, had to put another resume in. So contrary to popular belief, when the governor came in, I did not know the governor. I submitted a resume like everyone else, had to write a resume for the first time in probably 25 years, and say, here's my capabilities, here's how it translates to success. Department of Defense called me for two reasons: to break things that need to be broken in countries to make sure we have the competitive advantage, and most importantly for this job, to fix things that we can have success within our communities. And so that little short resume parlayed into a job, and I've been here for 3.5 years now. So I've messed up retirement twice.
Jericho?
Well, so the takeaway for me, I mean, when you say just an Army helicopter pilot, now clearly we're handsome just as a prerequisite and certainly humble. But how much of what he just described had to do anything with flying? Look at all the other things that the military did. He is in part an amazing Army aviator, but so much more. And I think that's the other takeaway for our military veterans. It might say infantry, but there's a whole bunch under the hood there, right? And so part of the art is just learning to talk about it. So that's what that week-long training session is about that we run folks through. Now, a challenge for the Virgin Islands is you don't have big military bases that have a bunch of service members going through, right? So up in the States, we got all those, and they're going through these classes, so what does that leave for you? A brand new program that just came out in the last year called Off-Base Training, Transition Training, that has some of that exact same content, exact same instructors. In some places, it's located in states far away from active duty installations. Going to continue to expand it, but the good news is it's also offered virtually. So those modules, high quality, can help the service members, to include Guard and Reservists, to get that training experience, wrap their heads around and go, okay, I think I got it, I'm learning the language, let me get some more help from the professionals and go from there.
Thank you. It's been very, very, very informative. Any last, as we wrap up, any last comments? Anything that burning issue that we need to get out there? Make sure our veterans know and feel included, and make sure that they understand what we're trying to convey to them today.
I think our veterans, the biggest piece is I think we have more opportunity, more support than we've had in the history of our military that the veterans can reach out to and get assistance. From Soldiers to Life to all the other programs they have that helps each step of the way transition you out. While you're out, support the resources. But for the community, the big thing is to really think about, most people say less than 1% of our population serves the military. It's actually 0.727% serves. That few, right? So we talked about 8,000 in the Virgin Islands, so 84,000, 8,000, about less than 10%. 1%, when you look at that, if you hire that guy or that gal into your organization, you come with a particular advantage in your organization because they've already had the base requirements to support from a culture that actually gave them discipline, gave them loyalty, gave them respect, told them about integrity, told them about personal courage, and then they're going to be using all those things together to push forward initiatives of your business, your corporations, your school, to help develop and grow your business. It's the best business case, as he says, to make sure that we have success. So just when you see a veteran, see how you can get them into your particular workforce. And if you can't, I'm going to find a way to get them back in the mines as a civilian or military because I know what they can do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I agree with him.
So
No, they honestly have tremendous values and a lot of integrity that individuals in our community could benefit from. So help a veteran, honestly.
The numbers you just cited, do you realize it's more competitive to make it through the gates and serve in today's military than to get into an Ivy League school? How about that? So that's the talent pool we're talking about. Two things that I would be remiss if I didn't mention. We've talked about veterans. How about those employers? If you're an employer looking for a veteran, a tip for you, distinguish yourself. A way to do that, apply for an award that says, I am a veteran-friendly employer. It's called Hire Vets Medallion Award. Go to hirevets.gov and find out about it. If you get it, you go on a website, it's flagged, and transitioning service members know about you. Second, we recruit service members, we retain families. What about military spouses who have a higher unemployment rate than their service member and their veteran, but you can do something about that by hiring them, bring them to the Virgin Islands, look at virtual opportunities, and that's another great way if you really want to build your base.
Wow, thank you. Great information. Another round of applause for our outstanding panelists here. Thank you as we wrap up. This was very informative. I want to make sure that we put out there that locally you can go to www.vidol.gov, which is the Department of Labor's website, and you will be able to connect and find out all the resources that we have that tied to veterans. It also will connect to the U.S. Department of Labor, and you get a chance to meet Jerica. She's on St. Croix, and to make sure that we give you that personalized service. So thank you. It's been great hosting.
Thank you for having us.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner, and your panelists, Major General Nats Limbacher, Ms. Jerica, and Bill Mahey from the U.S. Department of Labor Veterans Division. So thank you very much. We really appreciate it. And we want to thank everyone for coming out. We do appreciate you taking the time today to attend, and also the viewing public, people who viewed us on social media. So thank you very much. Our summit continues on St. Thomas on Thursday and St. John on Friday. Please stay tuned. Thank you very much. And thank you to the Planning Committee for the work that you've done to make this a success so far. Thank you.